Hello. Hello. Hello.
So I've got to start the. So I'm not 100% certain if I got rid of all the stuttering issues in this game. I'm hoping that I got some of them out of the way, personally speaking. So one of the things that the game is doing right now in order to get achievements working is that it's running in administrator mode. So there might be a little bit of funky nonsense when I'm playing the game, and streaming it to you, but you know, other rest assured, I am doing the best that I can with what I've got. So, yay. Hopefully it will all be good. Also, happy Monday to everyone. JCat, thank you so much for being the first one here. Hello, Jason. Nice to see you. And to all the lurkers in my channel. Who knows who's lurking right now. So, yeah. Any whoosies. So, good news. First and foremost, I am back under 100 kilograms. That was technically the case yesterday as well. Yesterday I was like 99.9 kilograms. This morning I was 99.45. So I'm still losing, like, I still lost like half a kilogram because one of the things that I actually did after my stream is I saw that I was out of my, or I was running low on the OptiSlim shakes that, or not OptiSlim, sorry, OptiFast. One of the OptiFast shakes that I have, which is the coffee flavor, because I go for coffee flavor as like my morning routine all the time. I went for a walk, and this wasn't like a short, oh yeah, 6 minutes to the grocery store, bing bong boom, done. I'm back at home another 6 minutes later. No. This was like an hour of walking all up. It was like 20-30 minutes to get to the chemist warehouse that's nearest to me, and then it was like, you know, going up and down the rows, trying to find the thing, found the one I wanted. I also picked up some strawberry flavor because, you know, I actually was getting, you know, kind of good with, I quite like the strawberry. Also, hi there, Stubborn Sparrow. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, so I went on for like a pretty decent walk yesterday, which I think contributed to the, like, losing more than normal. Because normally I lose, like, even with forcing myself to drink like 2 liters of water a day for the last week, normally I'm losing like, you know, 0.3 of a kilogram or something like that. So to lose like half a kilogram from yesterday versus today was, you know, fairly good. And yeah, and I've only put on like, I think like less than a kilogram in today's day, although the day's not over yet. I have a can of Coke No Sugar on my right here, so then that way when it gets like a little bit tiring playing this game, I will be able to crack that open and keep myself energized and good to go. So yeah. But yeah, work was fairly alright. There wasn't too much going on at work. I feel like work is like doing a bit of a mini slowdown because coming up in like 2 weeks is the so not next week, but like the week after kind of time is Easter break. So you've got like, so some people already have kids that are like out of school for the next 2 weeks and such. But then there's also the fact that like there's the legitimate holiday of Easter, like Friday the 18th until Monday the 21st. So you got that time. From in that week, not only do you have the day off Monday because of it being an Easter holiday, but Friday you also have Anzac Day in Australia, which is the Australian New Zealand Army Corps Day. So we take that day off as like, you know, because of remembrance of Gallipoli and all the different stuff that Anzac troops are a part of and what have you. So yay, we get more public holiday. We get a lot of public holidays in like kind of like the first half of the year. It's very stacked. It's kind of crazy like how much holidays we get before July comes along. And yeah, anywhoosies. So during that time, between Monday and Friday, so between Easter and Anzac Day, I've actually arranged to take time off from work from then as well. So, yay, Yazibs is going to have more free time. And it's going to be going off in a time where I'm going to be allowed 1 meal and with my shake diet. So, what I imagine is going to happen is that, you know, I'm going to have my days off, and then like on a Wednesday or a Thursday, I'm going to order something in, something like very not diet friendly or something like that, and I'm just gonna spend all of that morning or all of that afternoon and most of that evening just playing video games. And it's most likely going to be video games that, like, you know, I've not had the opportunity to, like, properly finish, or ones that I've had wanted to play. I remember how I, like, threw up that list of video games and such, where they were a mixture of games of, like, oh, this is currently in my backlog. This one is, you know, maybe I want to start this game. And then there's another one that's like, people are like, oh, you should probably play this. Hi there, Sir Dragon. Thank you for the horse noises. Forget how long John C. Reilly does this. Look at this guy. Look at him. That is the sound of horse. So yeah, hi there, Izzy. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for taking on my commission. I greatly appreciate it. Hey, chat. I love that you guys are here for me and what have you whenever you can, but you should most certainly check out Izzy the Fat Cat. They do lovely art, and they are in need of you. You need to like give him your follows, give him your subs. You need to sacrifice all mortal possessions to the cat. All of them. Just you need to give it all up. You need to go into your savings, and you need to go and give it all to Izzy. You need to give it to the cat. You're gonna single out my commission next week when I stream it on Twitch properly. Hey, that's gonna be pretty cool. I don't 100% know if I'm gonna be able to watch that stream because I work full time, but if it goes off on a Tuesday when I work from home, or a Friday where I also work from home, that's gonna be pretty good. Everyone, your stolen 23-karat gold-plated Mewtwo card has been found. Your son of a heifer roommate and his pettiness threw your card outside behind the house. Now says there were food details where it put it in the apartment. Staff was randomly walking around out back and found it. Yay! Great that they were able to find the cool looking, like, crazy Mewtwo plated card. I didn't know you had that kind of stuff, Wild Saber. That is some suspiciously wealthy fur shit. Also, fuck your roommate. How dare you throw expensive shit out of your apartment? Go check out Izzy. Go donate to their coffee. Go sacrifice your mortal wares and all your financial well-being to Izzy. Do it. Do it, chat. Do it right now for me, for Izzy, for the cat. Sacrifice all mortal possessions to Izzy the Fat Cat. This is not a threat. Alrighty then. Khajiit has wares if he has coins. You should go check him out. Alrighty. So I'm not capturing the game normally, because if I do, it doesn't pop up. So I have to do a I'm doing a window, like I'm doing a desktop capture. So hopefully this game isn't gonna crash and show you like my wallpaper or anything like that. So Trump exploded the economy. No one has any money in the US anymore, so if you have a spare $400, I'd be so grateful. Look, the economy and the education department is in shambles, Izzy. It's okay.
I don't need anyone walking.
You may not be in the United States right now, but that's the thing. Is just the economy and the education.
Not the point, Tom. He treats me like a kid sometimes.
Hey, I get it. He's protective. He's seen things.
We've all seen things.
You know, we gotta talk about you stealing food.
Ooh.
Hey, I cook it, so I get to say where it goes.
Ah, damn it! It's still.
Thank you.
Well, maybe
It's still
tomorrow
doing stuttering.
will be the day he fixes his own breakfast.
Hang on, let me have a look at what the higher so 1930s wages. Government will pay us $35 an hour, $3.85 a day, and a chance to earn a good trade and get higher wages. Someone's gonna need to tell me what 35 cents back in 1931 is like. Otherwise, that might be a really shit
You knock on the
exchange.
door? Only got so many hands here.
Also, what is this place? Might not be in the US, but the US does command or will a considerable amount of the global economy. You are absolutely correct, Izzy. I think, like, this is the part that is going to be, like, really fucking crazy when it happens, because the United States, like, as has been demonstrated during the COVID pandemic, during the 2008 housing crisis, during the 2001 like, you know, global terror crisis, there is a bit of a run-on effect because the United States is a very consumer-heavy country. If shit goes down in the US, and because of the fact that a lot of countries like investing in the United States and getting shit from the US as well, and United States people like buying good shit from China as well, that shit's gonna be problematic. Shit just travels down the pipe. So, yeah, it's not just the United States that's gonna have a bad time with the tariffs and what have you. Everyone is gonna have a bad time. And it's just gonna be a very fun moment of like, well, who do we blame? And it's like, him. So yeah. Imagine getting paid $35 an hour these days. I'm not paid $35 an hour, and if it was $35 American dollars though,
Yeah.
that would be pretty good. Because Australian is like 60 cents on the dollar or something like that.
Angel. The Dawn hates seeing food go to waste.
And this has gotta be Tommy. Sarah told us all about ya.
That right.
You're a famous race driver, Tom. Everyone talks about you.
Yeah, I won first in the race.
They do.
Well, anyways, don't let the cold in, Juliet. I'll see you at church.
All right. Have a great evening.
Night.
Buena noche, Tommy.
No idea what Buena Notte is.
Your angels.
It would be not like if it was 35 US an hour, I would definitely go for a pay like that, because that is definitely more than what I'm earning. Because I'm earning like
It's nice you do that.
$31 an hour. No,
A lot of hungry people on
20
this block.
I need to double check how much I'm being paid an hour. It's a decent amount, don't get me wrong, because, you know, it's a full-time job, but
It's a good night for a walk anyway.
if you want to be technical, just about every complicit politician allowed Reagan to be elected, and every politician since ought to be tried for destroying the world. Also, what's the year in the game right now so you can check the inflation rate? 1932. November 12th, 1932. So, there's a bit of a depression going on.
Killed on my account, Tom.
I try to avoid it.
That's all you got? You spend all this time with a lady killer like Sam Trapani, and the best line you got is, "Good night for a walk anyways?"
Hey, who says I have to be a lady killer?
Yeah, I guess so.
Also, can you not, like, walk ahead? There we go.
Flowers for the lady, signore?
Nah, we're good.
Now I don't get flowers?
What?
Let me take you on a real date and not some walk home for Luigi. Then you get the flowers.
That could happen. If Pop's not gonna stop me seeing one of yous. I think he knows anyway.
Blighted Fading
What the
2001 with the 4-month tier 1 sub. It's crazy it's only been 4 months already.
Huh.
Seriously, how time flies. Surprise, surprise, the undead bat is finally backing your stream. Beware my spookiness.
Ooh. Hi there, Spooky Bat. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the 4 months of subscribing to me. I greatly appreciate it. You don't have to deal with any of the advertisement that pops up like once every like hour or 45 minutes or so. And I wonder, do you have a favorite emote yet from all the series of emotes that I have available? 35 cents from 1932 is $8.15 in today's money. So it's above minimum wage.
For weeks. But I didn't tell you as I know what you like.
Actually, you know what's something that is like,
Sunny gets you
paltry.
$15.99.
It's, well, minimum, sure, it is paltry because it's only just hitting minimum wage. But you know what's crazy? This is something I've learned because, like, John Oliver was talking about this, about the tipping culture in the United States. Like, the tipping culture started because of, like, it was done first in the UK, and America brought it in because it was a means of, like, oh, by introducing tipping, you can make it so that you don't pay the owners as much because, you know, a lot of services were run by black people and African Americans and what have you, or minorities of any such, and owners were like, we will pay you less than minimum wage. Turns out, if you are in a tipping, like, retail job, you aren't paid minimum wage. You are paid sub minimum wage because the government, like, state and county level are like, oh, hey, if you're being paid tips, you don't need the federal minimum $9 or anything like that. It's like you can just get paid like $4.50 an hour and the tips will help cover it. And it's just like, what? That's fucking ridiculous. We can't pay you a real wage because black people. Oh, it's not that they can't, it's that they won't. That's the scummy problem. They won't.
He knows.
People that can'ts are reserved for illegal shit. Won'ts are reserved for immoral.
Last long. I know what happened to all the other guys I dated. I helped hide the bodies. I've been trying to keep you safe, Tommy Angelo. All this time.
Let's go someplace. Tomorrow night, maybe. The pictures, maybe.
5% himbo isn't really high, Sir Dragon, but try. Alright.
Oh! Hey there!
Oh, what the fuck is with that haircut?
Piss off.
Don't cast the kitten, dollface. We'll let your boyfriend
Ew.
say.
We going to have trouble here?
Trouble started back when you tried to steal our girl, Chief.
Johnny, you have a fugly haircut.
You'll end up in wooden overcoats. Last chance to walk away.
Who the fuck would want to have that haircut?
We know who you work for.
Salieri might have been the big six when he was younger, but he's all washed up now. It's only a matter of time before Morello punches his ticket.
I don't need Salieri. Or anyone else. Not for this.
Cookie for Jason. Here's your cookie, Jason.
Then let's see what you got, cake eater.
Where you going there, sweet cheeks?
Back off.
Hello.
Some kind of dish, ain't you?
Get away from me.
Twist like those wings on that greaser.
You Johnny here? We've been doing this all day.
You even touched me in your
Alright, let me pick up something. Let me pick up something.
I'm not the kind of dame you mess with.
Open him up. Let's see some blood. How's the cripple you keep like? Who's he think he is?
Yeah, get fucked.
Who must have fixed him?
Gotcha. You didn't think I'd have a pipe, did you? The essence of the dumpster. Oi. Back.
Away from her.
Can you stop stuttering so I can...
I won't.
And also, don't be dead. I am not good at the combat here, okay?
Tommy!
Whoa!
My turn now. Hope you're better than your friends.
There we go.
That's what I got, you son of a bitch.
Ah, the stuttering! I need booze! I need refreshment! Much obliged, ma'am.
You got a good right hook, I'll give you that. You're bleeding. Come up to my place. I'll take a look.
I'm doing fairly all right there, Jason. I'm under 100 kilograms again, once again, and I'm doing it while I'm consuming the 2 liters of water that I should be consuming on a daily basis.
Come in and take a load off, or what?
I'll be real with you. 2 liters of water a day sounds fucking excessive, but every fucking dietitian is like, 2 liters of water a day recommended. 8 glasses of water recommended. If it is a very humid day in Australia, you might need to drink more than 2 liters of water a day because your body is going to evaporate the water, and in some cases in Darwin, Northern Territory, you might need to drink up to 4 liters of water. Like, Jesus Christ! Ever since I've started drinking like 2 liters of water, I am just pissing so fucking much. Like, why? Why am I drinking so much water? Like, is it like doing something to the like the organs and shit? Is it somehow like leaching at the visceral fat, throwing it into the intestines, and then I'm pissing out all the fat? Like, there's just so much of my toilet break is taken up by the fact that I need to drink 2 liters of water. Granted, I'm not like pissing out 2 liters in the day, but it feels excessive compared to when I wasn't drinking 2 liters a day. I should know because I'm trying to do it. It's pretty much, yeah. Thankfully, I'm able, like, if I pace myself, where it's like, oh, let me get myself a 500 milliliter glass, yeah, I get that done pretty quickly, and I just need to do that like 4 times.
You up is all. Now go sit down on the couch, roll up your sleeve. I'm getting my sewing kit.
Hi there, Dante, Demon Werewolf. Welcome to the stream. I have not seen Devil May Cry yet. It is on my to-do list, as well as playing the Devil May Cry series, because Code recommends to me I should play Devil May Cry.
You don't have to do that.
What?
Hydration keeps your blood clean,
Hurts,
more
Tom.
or less.
You want to
Cool.
pretend it don't go ask Polly to staple you up.
What do you got?
Compliments of the Don.
They're gonna bang, and he is gonna get in trouble if they find out.
All right. You gonna grin and bear this?
Yeah, I'll be okay.
Good. Because I don't need the little old lady next door complaining to the super about all the racket.
Just be quick about it, will ya?
It's gonna take as long as it takes. The sloppier the stitch, the uglier the scar.
That right. You stitched up a lot of fellas.
Just my father. Ma would really go after Luigi sometimes. He got pretty good at ducking dinner plates. So one day she stabbed him with her knitting needle. Right through the hand.
What for?
'Cause she was an ugly, jealous drunk. There. Not my best work, but it'll hold.
The scar will be something to remember you by.
Definitely play the game and watch the original series. You just watched the DMC this morning. It's certainly a show, TM. Okay, so there's one bit, I've not had full explanation to it, and I feel like this is just like, the only reason I'm seeing it is because it gets views on like Twitter and Blue Sky, but I've seen like a little bit where it's like, America is sending in like jet fighters and is throwing bombs into the demon realm, and then there's just like snapshots of all these American troops that are like, you know, doing a whole like Iraqi invasion on the demon realm, and there is a number of people that were like, we didn't need that, these are demons, they should have just killed outright. And I was just sort of like, this could, like, I could take, I'm fine with them doing like the relatively like whatever the fuck. Because here's the thing, I feel like there's a lot of people, the US does Iraqi war on hell. Here's the thing, depending on the way you look at it, there's a lot of people that I know are trying to say like, it's a terrible, like trying to make it seem like as if demons should be given some level of empathy and what have you, despite the fact they would kill us and shit. Like, some people want to do that kind of a narrative. And those people, and more often than not, the people that I find that are, you know, like apprehensive to the whole like, oh, having another species like, you know, trying to curtail us through the route of empathy and the understanding that the cycle of violence has to break, not the perpetuation, and what have you. Like, I understand, and that, like, you know, if that's not done very well, that maybe you need to think better about it. I'm of the thought that if you want to do good, like, in today's age, I should say, if you want to do, like, you know, stopping the cycle of violence and such like that, because of the age of what our medium can be and what have you, stop doing, oh, let's do racism, but furries. Let's do sexism, but, like, species. Let's do this, but that, and all that kind of... It's like, no. Stop trying to put, like, little things in the way. If you want to do a scathing remark about racism, use race in real life. Like, don't be like, oh, you know, predator versus prey in Zootopia, because you know what? There's going to be a number of people where it's going to go right over their heads, where they're just going to be like, oh yeah, no, you should do something about the fact that there's predators in your city where they have a natural offensive and a predication towards the consumption of the prey and what have you. It's like, no, don't do that if you're trying to do a racism thing. If you're trying to do a racism thing, do race, because people are going to go ape shit over the fact of race anyway. And if you're able to, like, you know, granted, this is probably not going to go very well, but... Boobies! No, not boobies, Dante. But if you are going to do presentation about, like, racism, sexism, and all that kind of nonsense, you are always going to get detractors that are going to argue of, like, oh, it shouldn't be in our medium and such like that. But they're wrong. Ever since we've had media, ever since we've had games, film, show, books, the fucking press, ever since we've had that, there has always been lessons. They've either been given to us calmly and softly like an injection, like inoculation, or it's been whacked over our head like a hammer. Frankenstein's monster wasn't just made for the fact of, what if we made a doctor who could make man? It's like, no. What if we presented, like, you know, a multifacet of, like, the dangers of man and trying to, like, you know, spit in the face of God? And what if the real monster is not the ones we manufacture, but those inside us already? Like, dude, we've always done that. We want it done well. So yeah. So anytime I see the whole, like, US do Iraq war on hell kind of thing, the thing that pops into my head every time I see it isn't the, oh no, here comes, like, you know, empathy towards demons or something like that. Like, I'm already, like, I already have to deal with that with the furry content and such. What I'm seeing instead is, this is like that isekai where the Japanese army just absolutely annihilated the fantasy realm. Because quite frankly, I am of the opinion that, like, much like in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, fantasy dies to the gun. Fantasy was in the realm of, like, oh, you know, faster than a speeding bullet, leaping over tall buildings. This was all, like, fantasy and story and shit. But the myth dies with the gun. There is no man stronger than a bullet. There is no man faster than a bullet. Like, these things like the mythos and such can very easily be wiped away by modern weapons. And for us, so, because, like, think about it for a second. Like, vampires killed by the sun, by fire, by silver, by a stake to the heart, by decapitation, like, all of these things, it's like, yeah, those are all, like, very specific ways where if you didn't have modern weapons, that kind of makes sense, because, you know, someone would try and, like, slice at, you know, an army man and such, and, like, the chainmail would block it and such, stabbing would be difficult and such, but a gun, like, most fantasy things will die to the gun. So yeah, so when I see the, you know, US Army do an Iraq war on hell, I just think, hell, like, that is going to be propaganda for join the US Army. We can kill demons. Anyway, rant over about that weird thing.
You're
so
staying over. Can't have you stumbling through the neighborhood pie-eyed. Not when them hoods are out looking for you anyways.
They're looking for me already? What?
Yeah, okay.
Vampire the Masquerade handled Modern Knights very well in that regard. I have not played Vampire the Masquerade. I know it's a tabletop, but I've not had the opportunity to play it. Knowing what we know about politics now, this kind of plot feels lacking. Then again, the show only has 8 episodes, and Dante does sick moves to probably dip into this is the result of 100 years of U.S. prison. Yeah, look, this is the result of 100 years of U.S. imperialism. You're not really going to do a very good remark on like, 100 years of U.S. imperialism in 8 episodes. But think about this for a moment, Izzy. You know Frieren? Frieren has a thing of like, demons are in the thing, and Frieren is very much a, demons can never be trusted and all that kind of nonsense. You just kill them outright and what have you. And everyone is sort of going, yeah, absolutely love it. Those that are following the medium of Frieren understand that the adherence, like the reason against the demons isn't by seeing them as like a human-like race or a subhuman race. They're seeing demons as a predator to humanity. And that there's an it's not like a man versus other man. It's a man versus nature kind of narrative. The problem is, however, when you have simplified mediums like that, like this is a problem that happened with The Lord of the Rings after World War I, is that when you have very simplified methods, they're going to be easily co-opted by alt-right pipelines and such. There were a lot of people on the Nazi regime that thought, Lord of the Rings, hell, this is about me, for real, for real. I am part of the kingdom of man, and I am going and facing against the orcs, the unclean, and all that kind of nonsense. Because, they're applying, like, a fantasy element to the real life. And that's the same thing that happened with Frieren and the depiction of demons and what have you. That's why, after World War II, you get something like Dune, where you don't exactly have a really good option for co-opting that, like, Dune character into the real life. No one wants to be known as, like, Isa Agalim because, sure, he may be the protagonist of the book, but you also have to contend with the fact that many people are probably going to look at you and go, he killed 2 billion people, and he knew he was wrong for doing that. Like, what's your excuse? I think I have so many funny observations about the show, and it bumped against the limits of the conversation of storytelling. Yes. This is one of the problems with fantasy is about teaching of old. It's a lesson of old values. Sci-fi is a test of morale in the future. That's, like, probably the best way to describe the difference between fantasy and sci-fi. So when we get, like, animation of a fantasy element, historically speaking, we're gonna get some very, we're gonna have, like, some bit of a complication where, unless you want to go into the dark fantasy realm of Game of Thrones and shit like that, where everyone is a piece of shit, and you don't really, most people are not going to use Game of Thrones unless, at the very least, they're just going to be, surface level at best, where they're going to be like, ah, yes, I love Khaleesi. That is going to be the name of my daughter, and there's nothing wrong with this character ever. Like, anytime you decide to apply, like, fantasy or, like, fantasy elements to real life, you're going to be in for a bad time. The actor turned me off for Dante. He sounds more like Nero. I'm not sure why they even picked up the license to make this new show. They should have continued the original. Who knows? Here's the thing. I have not seen the Devil May Cry show, so I have no idea, like, where it is Nero. Okay, that would probably explain it. I'm guessing the VA of Nero just decided to do the VA for Dante. Here's the thing. Oh, hello, Eviscerator. Welcome, Raiders! Welcome to the stream! My name is Grant. Apparently I've been eviscerated. I didn't know that was gonna happen. Welcome to the stream, everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. Sometimes I get distracted with topics that are going off in the chat instead of playing the video game, and other times I just, get way too focused on the video game. I hope you had a wonderful time over in South of Midnight. That should be available for me in, like, a day or two on the Xbox Game Pass. I do not know if I'm going to play that game. It's very tempting. What did you think of South of Midnight? If you have to, like, raid and dash, I understand. Sorry if that happens, but Color me curious.
Mistletoe.
You just finished it. It's currently your game of the year. Ooh, high praise. Game of the year is a pretty high praise. Wow, that was a very quick chapter. Is this Mafia? Yeah, tell me how I couldn't get past the racing mission. It's actually so hard. It is Mafia. Oh.
Sarah's okay, boss. I took care of it.
She started working here before she could see over the bar.
But yeah, this is the definitive edition.
I'd do anything for Luigi's little girl.
So would I. We all would.
That's right, boss. Anything for Luigi and Sarah.
Do those bastards think this is fucking Luna Park or something? I'll rip them apart with my own hands.
I did do the race. You were not here for this last week, Dante, but I spent 2.5 hours in that race trying to get first. Izzy can attest to it. I was losing my mind. So, mostly for the music, gameplay is mid to pretty fun, bosses are cool, and the story made me cry a little bit. You know what? That's pretty good. Just 2, it felt so much longer. Look, I'm not about to go through the VOD again and be like, right, timestamp here to timestamp there equals this much amount of time. I'm pretty sure it was like 2.5 hours. I was streaming for like 4 hours, I think, and over half of it was definitely for the racing.
But who's gonna pay up when they learn we can't even protect one of our own as she walks home from work?
So what do you want us to do?
Teach these boys a lesson. Break every bone in their bodies. Put them in wheelchairs. Bust their faces up so bad, even their mothers can't look at them without screaming.
That is a very emotional reaction.
My friend on the force says we should start looking into Chinatown.
Then Big Biff will know something. Tommy, go to Vinny, get us some gear. Meet me at Biff's place.
Yeah, okay.
Leave these punks laying in the street. I want everyone to know we do not allow mad dogs to run wild in our neighborhood.
You got it, boss.
It's horrible. I understand. Well, here's the thing.
Some of these sons of bitches.
Someone pointed this out to me in a Reddit forum, and it makes sense. The Mafia game is not...
Yeah, same.
Like, the game Mafia
When you're done with Vinny,
is not a role-playing game with, like, racing and shooting elements. It is a racing game with with Mafia elements, is what it is. Because there's so much physics that go into, like, the cars and everything like that. It's fucking, like, it's crazy. Oh, you're driving yourself. Okay, alright, so I gotta go talk to Vinny. And he's gonna give me something. Sup, Vinny?
Hey, here for some heaters, Tom?
Nah, I'm already going and healed. Paulie and me.
Ooh!
Punks have been on our turf.
That's an M1911! I didn't know that was available in this time period. Although it kind of makes sense, because I'm pretty sure that gun was, like, you know, very far back, like 1911 kind of era.
Turned over some guy's warehouse and, autographed by Babe Ruth himself, the guy said. I mean, that's horse shit, but they bust heads. Your punks won't have time for questions.
No, they won't. Thanks, Vinny.
I only know this game for the taxi part. Oh yeah, there's like taxi games. Time to download it and try again. You've been replaying Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater? Hey, nice! Oh, that's another game I wanted to go through, was the Metal Gear Solid series. That's also on my, that's also on my, to-do list. Because I've got, like, the, like, Metal Gear Solid Master Collection 1. So I've got Metal Gear 1 and 2, and Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3 on the PlayStation right now.
Governor's mansion. The numbers state in black and white that crime is on the rise all over the state.
Alrighty.
Many commentators are blaming the rise in criminality, thievery, racketeering, and other gangsterism on the
You'll fall in love with 3 and you'll cry. Bold words from someone who has just popped into my stream. Let me tell you something. There has been very few times that I have physically cried on stream. And unfortunately my model is not really like able to properly track if I cry and not. And I don't even have like a crying like expression. Like this is the close we're gonna get.
thinks otherwise.
I need to fix that at some point.
There can be no
So,
dispute that time
but
is
yeah,
for many. Jobs are fewer,
the times that I've cried have
but
been
that simply is no
Inside Out, the first film.
at the rule of law.
You're still very fond of how these cars still look like horse carriages.
The potential of
Nah,
forging a
yeah, a
hardier
little bit.
individual and a more harmonious family unit. Governor Wells came
Excuse
in
me
for
while
some
I
criticism
break the
from
road
certain
rules.
sections, while others were quick to praise him for his commitment to
goddamn
straight
you.
talking.
Fuck it.
Hello? Yeah. Yo, we need help right away.
Come on, I'm wet through. Why Biff moved into this dump, I'll never know.
Give him a break.
The atmosphere.
He got yellow fever that time we boosted the Shanghai skin flicks.
Well, I like her anyways.
Problem with you, Tom, you always soft with the dames.
You always remember Okami as a game that made you cry? Okami was a fun game. I actually played that recently. Like, I think 3 weeks ago I got that game done. It was a pretty good game, don't get me wrong. I'm not too sure about, like, super emotional, but it was pretty good.
Biff, you fat bastard. How you doing?
出貓老千，你爭我哋錢，將你身上所有嘅錢擺晒出嚟。
Dogface, great to see you. Call her off, Biff. We got business.
Upstairs, please.
冇用嘅廢柴。
So, what's the beef?
Need some information.
Thanks, game, for not translating the Cantonese. Look, I'm gonna be real with you. Do you honestly think that anyone from 1930s who wasn't, like, you know, a fan was gonna tell you what they were speaking in Cantonese?
They mess with
Does this Italian look like he's gonna tell you what they say in
One of
Cantonese?
them's a weasel named Billy. Pals with a prissy chump and a bruiser with a bald head.
Right, I know them. They're set up in the old service station a block over. They knock some gear every now and
The
then.
subtitles aren't for them.
That's why I knew to come to you, Biff. You're good with small time.
Out the back, cross the street. You'll find them there.
Thanks. See you around.
Hey, Paulie. About that dough?
Relax, just waiting for my guy to come through. It'll be next week. Just sit tight.
What was that about? Paulie, what the fuck did you do? Oh! Detective comic, thank you.
What was that back there? You and Biff got something going on.
Guy I know is bringing in a shipment of suits. Classy ones, Mexican.
You getting suits from Mexico?
No, idiot. The suits are boosted from a lockup downtown. The tailor is from Mexico. Originally, anyways, he lives in Holbrook.
Uh-huh.
I know about this.
Yeah, he'll get his cut. You just keep this under your hat.
I guess I heard nothing.
You gonna know these punks when you see them?
The Don does not know.
No, I guess if I don't, all we gotta do is find the other guys in Chinatown who look like we do.
There it is.
Paulie is definitely doing operations under the table. So,
That's how we do this.
it's not like it would matter whether or not they personally understood it because the point was to ignore her anyways.
Take long.
Yeah, I guess.
One up.
Nah, this plane gets used a lot.
I usually the way I think of it is that I usually think that if they're providing us subtitles, it's more of a case of the like whether or not the player chooses to respond to it is another thing. It's more for like, you know, if it's important to the context of the player, then we get clued into the context. If it's not contextual to the player, then it's not contextual to us. Gotta go to bed, have some fun. Not to worry, Eviscerator. Thank you so much for coming along. Alright.
I'm telling you, nicest ass I've ever seen in my life.
Yo.
Oh, Billy, it's the guy from the other night. We gotta go.
Get fucked.
Get out here! Get over here!
There we go. That's one.
Go for him! Ah, no! This still hurt!
Hey, I blocked that. Or I countered that. Good to know that one charged shot will get him down. Look at this guy bringing a blade knife to a baseball match. Yeah. What the fuck?
You're gonna die here, you know that? Get your gat, Tom! You made it serious!
You think I need telling? I go north, you go south.
What?
I go up, you go through there.
Okay!
Yeah, just give me a minute. Oh, that did a lot more than I was expecting. Jesus! Where's the other guy? Oh, there he is.
Get wide around him! Moving for cover.
Alright, I don't have a lot of bullets. How the fuck do I get over? Oh, that's how. Oh, hello. Thank you.
You hear that? Clear a path to Billy, Tom. Get to that punk through all the other punks. Take them down. Down! Got one, Tom. Out of here.
Gotcha. Yep. I do not know how to solve this problem. Also, I'm pretty sure there was like a book or something. Cool, I already picked up the bullets. A lot of bodies. Alright, apparently there's a Molotov I can pick up nearby? Oh, probably... Yeah, you're... Ah! Well, hi there, Masonic. Well, that was my fault. Besides the fact that, like, Alright, here we go, here we go, here we go.
Found it! Gotta go now! Run! Go! You're out of here!
There we go.
Come on, you punks!
Let me just reload this real quick. Alright, apparently... there it is. Super science and some ammunition.
Clear a path to Billy, Tom. We get to that punk through all the other punks. Take them down.
Alright, alright. Cookie for Dante. Here's your cookie. Hi there, Cap. How about that prick's face when he saw that gyat? Alright, swap from the... Actually, you know what? Swap from the service to a... Ah, I see. I can only... Oh, okay. Okay.
First aid, here.
Alright, I most likely am gonna need this rifle if I can... I can barely fucking see. Come on, game. Stop it! Stop giving me the stutters. Oi! Well, he got me out of cover really well, so... Because Mafia and Sopranos. Kind of got it, but I didn't see any ass that I wanted, so... Yeah. Alrighty, hopefully we get closer to where we were than last time. Yeah, okay, cool. Ah, goddammit, game. Come on. Stop doing the...
Box him in! Heard you needed another gun! Give me cover!
Got him. Gotcha. Alrighty. Can barely see shit in the dark. Thank you very much, game.
Tommy, look out!
Ah! Ow! Fuck you. How many shots to the chest did you take then? Alrighty.
Johnny, get down! Oh, come on, come on. Get out of here! Shit, we gotta get to a car, Tom! Scram!
That looks like a pretty good car.
Come on, we can't lose him! Reloading!
And what's more is, it's raining, so we're gonna have a bit of a annoying time with the... Yeah.
Don't worry, I got this.
Stop! Stop with the stuttering.
Oh, then the rest of their crew!
What if we held hands as a treat?
Not right now. I'm in a hot pursuit of some punks.
That's all of them. They called in the rest of their crew! Gotta reload! We cleaned them out! You ever seen guys piss their pants this quick? If you look through the rain, you can see it dripping out the back of their car.
Yeah, can't see that right now. Also, stuttering. Do you suppose it's a memory issue thing with all the stuttering? The thing that I notice is that it's my CPU. Because this PC, this was stuttering even when I didn't have other things running. It is a programmatic error. And for whatever reason, like, the CPU decides to drop in usage when it's trying to catch up. Like, I cannot solve this problem. The only other thing that's, like, you know, a possibility is the fact that, come on. The only other possibility is that, like, the actual, like, NVIDIA graphics driver like since December has been problematic. But it was meant to be problematic for like the 4000 series and the 5000 series. It's not supposed to be problematic for the 3000 series, which is what I'm on currently. So yeah, color me confused on the whole thing.
Dumb son of a bitch just wrecked himself. Well, they're not walking away from that.
Yeah, look, NVIDIA, the reason... In the past, the reason why people went for the NVIDIA over AMD wasn't just because of the fact that, like, you know, they're... Like NVIDIA seemed like, you know, the brand. But AMD had an issue. Despite being cheaper than NVIDIA in some competitive areas, AMD had driver issues. And there were some really bad driver issues in some of their earlier graphics cards and such. And then, excuse me, and now in a time where NVIDIA is having stock issues, is sitting sort of on their curtails because of the last 2 generations of having a graphics card that's like, you know, the 3090 series, 4090, 5090 series, where it's like, AMD is not going to create any sort of, you know, high VRAM graphics card for the sake of content creation. So NVIDIA is not in a position where they can start getting away with, like, you know, having subpar drivers. Because that was the reason why people went for NVIDIA and why they went to them even when money wasn't of concern, especially on, like, mid to high tier ranges, was because the drivers were supposed to be a lot more stable. But now that's not the case. It's like, what are you doing?
Go on and pop him, Tom.
No, wait. Please. Please, I don't want to fucking die, man.
Christ, Tom. You can't feel sorry for these animals. A guy like this would plug you if you give him the chance. You gotta pull the trigger without thinking. Guess I'm out. This one's finished too.
Don't put your handprints on the car, you idiot. God damn it, Paulie.
What if we held hands as a treat?
Oh, Christ, Tom. Snap out of it.
Okay. For a second there, I almost thought for a second Tom was actually, like, properly frozen instead of just, you know, being, you know, oh, like frozen in horror frozen.
Just,
Hey. Let's get out of here before the bulls show up, huh?
But yeah, like, just to... Hang on. So... Yeah, right now, like, my GPU isn't using that much. And it's definitely not a memory problem because it's only using, like, 3 gigs. And I've got, like, 64 gigs in this thing. Like, everything about this game does not make sense for why it should be doing stuttering. Like, look, it's buffering right fucking now of all things. The Saint and the Sinner, 1932.
Simple, straight.
I can't afford this life no more.
Just getting lucky. I'll give you a chance to win your money back.
You want in, boss?
We have business to discuss, Paulie.
Uh-oh, boys.
One of our associates at the coroner's office sent this over. Corpse's name is Giolotti.
You recognize him?
Yeah.
That's one of the punks we ran out of the neighborhood.
Now he got the bullet in the back of his head?
Yeah. We capped him.
Well, the cops ought to thank us. We did him a favor. The guy was a rapist, boss.
Yeah? Well, he was also a city councilor's son. You want to drive a politician into Morella's arms? There's no better way than killing off his family.
Christ. It gets worse. You left another guy in the wreck?
Yeah, but he was dead when we got there.
You gonna tell me he was the president's nephew or something?
2 in the head, Paulie. If you're gonna do a job, do it right.
He made it?
Yes. He spent the week in St. Mary's, but he pulled through.
Oh, boy.
Can he point a finger at either of you?
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay. Look, we're gonna kill two birds with one blast.
Blast?
Galati's funeral's today at St. Michael's. Sam, you're gonna attend. Sit in the back and try to spot the lucky bastard.
How will I recognize him?
He'll be the one who just crawled away from a car wreck.
His arm is broken. Look for a sling.
Sam's gonna need a little distraction if he's gonna clean up your mess.
He's sending Tommy to dip his wick?
It's a brothel?
A gentleman's club, just down the street from St. Michael's. Adon has invested a lot of money in it over the years.
So, me and Sam.
Regardless, the owner has suddenly decided to do business with Morello instead of us.
You want me to go?
Yeah, for whatever reason, like CPU usage goes from like 12 to 15%, and then when it stutters, it drops down to like 6.
You'll inherit craters.
Look, Tom, we can't send Paulie and Sam since all the ladies know them already. They'd never make it through the front door. But you can walk right in.
Okay. What about the manager?
Take care of him wherever you find him. If any of the horse see it, well, it'll be a warning. Once he's out of the way, head to his office on the top floor. Grab any documents and money you find there, and place the explosives.
Vincenzo will see that you have what you need.
Jesus
And you
Christ.
think the blast will be big enough to give me cover?
Yeah, but be smart. Only take a shot if you know you won't get made.
Tommy, one more thing. One of the girls is passing Morello information about our operations. Before you blow the place, you'll need to take care of her too.
Oh.
You want Tommy to kill a twist? Come on, Frank.
It's just bad luck this falls to Tom. But we gotta protect the family.
Goodness gracious, and we're doing all this because Sam killed him.
Her photo is in the folder.
You boys clear on everything?
Yep. I don't like it, but yep.
Yeah.
Tom.
I got it, boss.
Then get it done.
All right, let's go.
We're either not going to plant the bomb, unlikely, or we're not going to kill the woman that they told us to go specifically after. Yep, once again, the game drops down in CPU usage when that stutter happens.
We haven't got all day.
Yeah, I know.
Heard you in the market for something that goes boom.
Thank you, Vince.
Give those girls a squeeze from Uncle Vin, huh?
Not today, Vinny.
Alright, let's go. Is he gonna make me drive in? Yeah, he's gonna make me drive.
Don't go anyplace yet. Gotta hear me out on this. It's about the girl.
Michelle?
Right. You don't have to rub her out. Just make her disappear.
Okay.
Yeah. I've been with her a few times. She's a good egg, Tom. Just maybe not so bright. She doesn't deserve to get plugged just because she likes listening to me talk.
You think she'll leave town?
When she understands what'll happen otherwise, yeah, she'll leave. Here's 100. Give it to her. And make sure she gets far away.
Okay, Sam.
Sam was talking his mouth by accident to her.
Let's go.
God damn it, Sam and Paulie have been making mistakes. Sam is probably not as problematic, but Paulie is,
From the racetrack, right?
you know...
That was the last time we're ever gonna talk about her. Ever. I told you what I had to ask, and you listened. Gotta leave it there.
Okay.
Keep your head when you get into the hotel. Find your mark and don't act suspicious. The manager thinks he's untouchable. You can probably walk right up to him.
Anything else I should know?
Nah, just don't take all day. Lottie died young, so there can't be much to say about him. When the bomb goes off, I'll do my thing.
Got it.
Yeah, let's not get caught speeding.
What kind of world is it that when you screw up, you get sent to a cat house? Well, I have to clean up your mess at a funeral. You see the justice in that?
I see a job I gotta do.
Such a professional. Just try to finish the job this time, huh? First time I've been to a church in a while.
I'm gonna guess they're still singing the same songs.
Last time I went, it was. Same songs I always heard as a kid.
Yeah, you're not the religious type.
It's the funerals, Tom. That's all it ever is. All that anyone ever wants to do is point guns at the family and shoot. Getting point, there were so many funerals, I just stopped going to most of them. They're all boring as hell.
That's a shame, seeing as you're always dressed for the occasion.
Great gag, Tom. Write that one down.
Thanks. I'll do that.
Hi there, LaRoom. Welcome to the stream. I'm contending with stuttering. There is no other way to fix this.
I'd go to one of them. You working on that?
Guess so.
Good. Because I've given up waiting on Pollard. Guy couldn't get a broad to stick to him if they went swimming through glue.
He'll find someone.
Tom, if his own mother has given up hope, then you can give up hope too.
Turn too soon. I can't... Look, this is the only PC I have, okay? I can't bonk it. If I bonk it, it's gonna get damaged. And if it gets damaged, I'm gonna need to make a new one. And if I'm gonna make a new one of this kind of caliber, it's gonna cost me way more than what I have in the bank right now. You can't get 3090s anymore. The 4090 is very difficult to find, and the 5090, just, you know, you can kiss your ass goodbye on that one. No one's selling that one at a reasonable price.
Here's your stuff. Think of Behringer's. Not bad company, eh? Behringer's Department
I'll give the
Store,
family your
a Lost Heaven
condolences.
institution
Good luck.
For more than
You
65 years. You've made the right choice. This is Behringer's Radio. Stay with us for more music.
So, actually, I'm going to need to turn off the radio because when I uploaded the VOD, there was so many songs that were like, hey, this song was detected in your video and is going to need to be blocked in some countries and restricted in others. And I was just like, because of old-timey songs from the 1930s? Yes. They decided to block songs from the 1930s. It's like, Jesus, are you kidding me? I have no idea what this PC talk is, but yes. Very expensive shit is what it is, because I work in desktop support, and I am a very geeky person, which means that a lot of my purchases are going to be geeky at heart, okay? I like spending my... It was so tempting spending my bonus that I got like a few weeks ago on a on new CPU motherboard RAM combo.
Okay?
Hey, handsome.
Hello.
You here for a girl, drinks, or a mix of the two?
A girl. And I got some business with your manager, too.
A girl I can help you with. Come through. Find a girl you like, and you can both get better acquainted upstairs. There's no rush, so get a drink, relax, and enjoy yourself.
And there's the stuttering once again.
We can just talk if you don't want anything
Come
else.
on, honey. Without you, how
We
am I
can
gonna
do
pay the rent?
whatever you want.
I need to talk to the manager.
Yeah, head straight through to the lounge. You're with our new business partners, I assume.
The friendship between the Corleone Hotel and the Morello family be long and fruitful.
There is a lot of people here.
Helen liked the look of some jewelry in one of those stores.
Are you with the Morello party, sir?
Well, all these guys will want to see me dead, so...
These new guys getting the run of the place.
And a manager having a... Nothing for you here.
You stupid? Beat it.
Can't hide from me.
Alright, so maybe I'm not going to be able to be stealthy about this. Where the fuck is he going? Hi there, Staz. No, the Zebra isn't a Mafia guy, but this guy, fucking Tony What's-a-Mahoozy is. So I gotta go kill a manager of a hotel and a woman named Michelle. I don't know where Michelle is, but the manager is apparently in the lobby area, so that one ain't gonna be too fun to deal with. So probably need to ask where the manager is, and then later ask where, you know, Michelle is. That's probably a better way to go about it.
Hey, you behave yourself.
Hey,
in here,
handsome.
okay?
You here for a girl, drinks, or a mix of the two?
A girl. And I got some business with your manager, too.
A girl I can help you with. Come through. Find a girl you like, and you can both get better acquainted upstairs. There's no rush, so get a drink, relax, and enjoy yourself.
Okay, so in there.
Come through when you're ready.
You get a room when you get a guy, not before.
Fine.
You know the rules, Dottie. Downtown 1702.
Let's see. Michelle is in room 208, and she's gonna be in there all day.
He don't care. He wants you here.
I need to take him to a doctor.
Is he dying?
No, I don't think...
Then it don't matter. You need to come in. Leave him with the lady next door if you need to.
I can't do that.
You're his best girl, and he says he wants you here to entertain the new guys he's getting protection from. It don't matter how sick your kid is. You gotta come in.
You remember the Mafia 2 aim in the game was shit? Yeah. I've not played the Mafia trilogy. I've got through the racing segment in Mafia 1, which everyone would say was terrible. And this is where I am right now.
And you can't feel your legs for the wind and cold? I'm doing you a favor. Your kid'll get better. But you're working on the street again, I'll see him worse. Leave him with your neighbor. Get here quick, and pray to God he don't notice you late. I'll cover for you, but I can only do it for so long. I'll leave it to you. Bye.
Alright, cool. Get you unconscious. And then let's get you... Let's just hide you very quickly over here. Alright, hopefully that is hidden enough as is. Oh, nope, do not. Holster that weapon. Alright, so I know where Michelle is. I now need to deal with a manager. And from what I hear, he's up in the, What's-a-Mahoozies.
Hey, good afternoon, sir.
I need to talk to the manager.
Yeah, head straight through to the lounge. You're with our new business partners, I assume.
Alright, so... we know manager's in the lounge. Alright, here we go. So... okay. What was she? 106? Hopefully the... oh no, 208, sorry. So she is probably another floor up. Do I have a way to get to another floor up from here? 207.
You treat women like this? You treat your mother like this?
No, please!
Huh. Don't like hold out to you, do you?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it!
You meant it when you did it, you prick!
Fuck him up, Charlie.
Carton of cigarettes for Leo Gante. Nice. Okay, so there's the next floor up. So 208 will be up here. Alright, so 204, 205. Damn, they're getting busy there. 206. 207. Meanwhile, 208 is over there.
You, Michelle?
What's it to you?
Fella named Sam is one of your regulars.
Maybe there's a lot of guys named Sam.
You know him. Works for Don Salieri. Maybe you got him talking about our business from time to time, and maybe Don Morello offered you some money to spill what you heard.
No, Sam, trust me. I don't say nothing. He knows that.
Well, the Don's losing a lot of money because someone can't keep their mouths shut.
I was just bumping guns with some of Morello's girls. I didn't mean nothing by it. Tell him I'm sorry. Tell him I won't never open my mouth again.
I know.
Do you swear that?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You scared then? Good. Don't you ever forget how it feels to be this scared. To know you're just one twitch away from a hole in the ground. Because if you ever show your face in
Oh,
this town again, they're
damn,
gonna find you
Tommy.
two in the head. Do you understand? Lucky for you, Sam's got a big heart. Get dressed and make tracks. This place is gonna blow soon.
Oh my goodness, Tommy, you absolutely frightened them.
Just don't come back and we're square.
Alright, so we got that one sorted out. You're in room 208 all day tomorrow with Morello's guys. I'll be downstairs in the lounge and sending them up. They get what they want and as much as they want it. You complain, you lose your place. There's plenty more girls like you. Come up to my office on the top floor in that gold I like so much if you feel like changing my mind. Okay, so... Alright, so he's up on the top floor. And then there was a comic book here for Gangsters Monthly. Alright. So now we head to... Can we head to the top floor from here? Okay, so we can't... What's this? Splendid. Telephone downtown 1702 to arrange appointment. Okay, so... Really, our only option is to go downstairs into the lounge and kill him from there, which is going to be very annoying to do because there's a lot of Morello's men downstairs. Meanwhile, in 106... Cool, there's no one in here anymore. And there is... Ah, okay, it's just... That's just the card to tell him about Michelle. Okay. Is there... Okay, so there isn't really any... I was hoping there was, like, a clever way to be like, oh, hey, if you don't want to deal with the manager in the fucking lobby in broad daylight, here's another way to do it. And then, like, you know, convince him to get up to the top floor or something like that. But that doesn't look to be the case, so I'm gonna have to do the... I'm gonna have to do the ugly bit and kill him in the lounge. This is not gonna go great.
Feel free to approach the girls if they don't approach first. Difficult choice to make, huh? Difficult choice to make, huh?
Yeah. Oh, boy. Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie.
Morello family. Be long and fruitful.
Oh. So there he is there. There's two guys there. What's there?
Can I help you?
Alright.
Can I help you?
Let's see what happens.
You must be the manager. Don Salieri sends his regards.
Call the cops! Grabbing cover! Drop you up!
Now I gotta head to the manager's office. I can barely fucking see him in the dark.
Getting a clear shot. I'm on him. Get this guy off me. Pay attention.
Could you die any slower? Alright, time to head upstairs. Please stop having... Ah! Might be better off making a run through or something like that. Saint and the Sinner. Oh my goodness. Hopefully you're having a good evening, Bookie. I'm having to deal with a gunfight and stuttering. Ugh, excuse me.
Grabbing cover. I think he's gonna shoot. Over here. He's out. Hit him. He took him out.
Again, with the stuttering.
Get him in her shot! Go!
That worked.
See him?
Nope, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. Come on, get some. Gotcha. Alrighty, here we go, here we go, here we go, and...
Gotcha now! Grab and cover! He's on me! Oh, he got me!
Ah! Oh my god, and that guy had a sawn off. Oh, Jesus. Alright. Gonna have to think about this. Ah.
Get cover!
That was even worse than last time! Why? Why did you make me shoot him up in the fucking lounge of all things? Just let him... Just head up to the fucking main office and tell him, hey, you need to get up here. Sometimes the Mafia is not smart.
Got him!
There we go, sir.
I see him! Oh, Jesus! Cover me! Shit! Can't kill all of us! That hurt?
Where the fuck is the other guy? There he is. Ah! There we go. Now, hopefully I can use that medical kit earlier, because I didn't... It looked like it still had, like, thingamadiggy, but... Okay, maybe not explicitly that one, but maybe the other one, then. Because it looks like there's one more elsewhere. There it is. Excellent. I got another medical kit I can use. There.
Say goodnight, punk! Gotta reload!
Okay, they're on the floor above us, which is not great. Do I have a way of using the elevator? No, I do not. Looks like I can, and I will. Ah, I'm stuck on the geometry! Fuck. Oh, it's not because I... Cookie for Iron Yoshi! Get out of... Alright. Oh, what the... Alright. That's...
Get over here now!
Ah, thank goodness, ammunition. But no med kit, which is annoying. What are you doing, the Don's? Yeah, we're doing the Don's dirty work.
Say goodnight.
Ah! Well, hopefully I don't have to go through the stairs all over again. Let's see how we go this time around. Please don't be back in the lounge. Please don't be back in the lounge. Please don't be back in the lounge.
Cover! Get over here now!
But yeah, we had to kill a prostitute, which we didn't do. So we killed the manager in front of, like, Maroni's men. So now we're working our way up the hotel to blow up the manager's office, which... Wild. Sounds like an average day in New York. Oh, this isn't New York. This is Lost Haven, an entirely different city. Totally different. Nothing to do with New York.
Over here!
Did not trust that man. Oh, thank goodness there's a health kit here. Somewhere. There it is. That makes my life just a little bit easier.
There! Taking cover!
Gotcha. There was an ooh. There it is, Tommy. Okay. Anything here for me? No? Okay.
It's not what it looks like.
The fuck? What is it supposed to look like, my man? God, and I've been doing this with a bomb in my... Dear Mr. Coletti, I must apologize for missing our regular appointment last week. I had urgent family matters to attend to at short notice. It is with some regret that I write to confirm the termination of our agreement. Mr. Salieri has been a wonderful business partner over the years. I am most grateful for his support and your wise counsel. Please find with this missive a return of Mr. Salieri's investment, along with $100 as a gesture of goodwill. Our doors are always open. We remember our friends here at Corleone. Yours cordially, Howard Davis, a manager of the Corleone Hotel. Okay. And we have no way of opening up that safe. It was a clown. You are absolutely correct. The following patron may be of interest. I have their details should you need them. Several city councilors, one congressman, a senior official in the federal tax office, the deputy director of the prison service on parole of appeals, and a Prohibition Bureau chief at the Lost Haven PD. In addition, a number of Salieri's associates are sweet on our girls and fond of pillow talk. We will keep an ear out for your interests. Okay. Are you jumping out of the fucking window? Oh. Jesus. That's a bit of a jump. Good luck. Hopefully that explosion helped.
Gunfire and an explosion reported at the Corleone Hotel.
Well, that wasn't gonna work. I'm gonna need to shoot a police officer or two, aren't I? This would be a very enjoyable game if I didn't have to deal with the fact that this game wants to stutter for random reasons, and I cannot conclude as to why.
Gunfire and an explosion reported at the Corleone Hotel.
Next guy, come on, come on. Ah! The minute I run away from the wall, then they take a shot at me. The dicks. So yeah. Poink. Just absolutely just going bam. How dare they?
Gunfire and an explosion reported at the Corleone Hotel.
Please don't get shot. Please don't get shot. Damn it! The low ammunition and oh, would you look at that? He was on the rooftop. All right, so I'm gonna maybe need to be a little bit stealthy on this next segment because I got past the mafia people. Now I have to deal with the police.
Moving up here! Still armed! Get him!
I want everyone we've got on this guy. Get up there and bring him down.
Got him! He's up here with us. There, on the Russian.
Damn it.
Get by, didn't ya? Someone get his attention!
And there's another guy. Alright, four in. Come on, poke. You're not gonna poke your head out then? Fine. God, the AI on them, they have a swivel. Gotta be mindful.
Moving up here! Still armed!
I want everyone we've got on this guy. Get up there and bring...
This game has put me in a bit of a tough spot with the lack... Because that guy has a rifle. And I'm gonna need to try and get closer to him with the shotgun, like, you know, saw-off that I have.
Moving up here! Still armed!
I want everyone we've got on this guy. Get up there and bring him down.
Where is he? Come on.
He's up here with us! There he is! On the roof! Got him! Ow! Thought you'd get by, didn't you? Oh, no. Didn't think we'd be here to meet you, huh?
Stop. There we go. Alright. Well, that's not good. How am I? Oh my god, I'm out of bullets. That is not good. Unless, did I get the guy? I don't think I did.
Move up on him! Take him down! Stop, stop! Can't shake him!
Where's your gun? I need that piece.
Move up on him! I'm out!
Alright.
Shit, shit!
Ah! I panicked. I was panicking. And I was just like, oh, let me just go. Like, dude got shot in the neck and it still wasn't enough. Oh boy.
Moving up here! Still armed!
I want everyone we've got on this guy. Get up there and bring him down.
Oh! God damn it! Shoot! Before I'm killed, eat some hack! How'd you get by, didn't you? Didn't think we'd be here to meet you, huh? Got him!
Excuse me while I quickly climb back up for some meds. Some essential medicine. Alrighty, where's his rifle? Oh, well, I've already...
Company! There he is!
Come on. Come on. There we go.
Please move up on him.
Gonna need to pick up some bullets. Wait, no, he was on that side. There we go. Alright. Reload. Cookie for Jason! Alright. Looks like I survived this one. Dime detective, thank you. Use the ladder to go across into the church. Oh boy, this is gonna be rickety as fuck. Cookie for Jason once again. Here's your cookie, Jason. Has my shootout been making you stress eat on the cookies, Jason? Is that what's happening?
No contact with the fellas on the roof. Feels like we lost him.
Alrighty. Hopefully, because we're going into a church, we're not gonna be in any distress. Everyone's wearing a suit. Everyone's gonna be like, you know, a pretty decent like dressed. Come on.
No matter how far we've fallen, we can find redemption in death. Now, William, he was a sinner, yes, but he was also a loving son, a protective brother, and a loyal friend. And for those virtues, we pray that his soul will find salvation. And now I believe...
Thank you for the head pats.
His closest and dearest friends would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Father.
Oh, it's Johnny!
I just wanted to pay my respects.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Billy, I never said this, but I consider you my brother. I can't even count all the times you saved my ass from a beating. So I don't know how I'm good. What are you doing? Wait, that's the guy. That's the guy who killed Billy!
Oh boy, now we got another shootout.
Please, end
Jesus, what was Billy involved in? Get over here now! I dare you come in here! Kill all of us! Warming him up! Down there! Shoot him before he comes up the stairs! Get cover!
You could have stopped all this days ago.
His father!
There, up on the balcony. This is the way this city works.
Not looking good! Gotta reload!
See him?
Molotov! Billy was bad, I get that, but this? Monster! Where's your honor?
You think I'm enjoying this?
Oh my god, what the... Ah! Ah, he got a lucky shot on me! All the way at the end there. God damn. Cookie for Jason once again. I'll get it, don't you worry. I'll get him.
Jesus, what was Billy involved in?
Oh, this is beautiful.
Down there! Taking cover! Funeral! And you coming after me!
You could have stopped all this days ago.
Check it out!
Cookie for Vol.
His father was up there, up on the balcony.
This is the way this city works. You think I'm enjoying this?
Come on, stop. There we go. Was I at Furdu? No, I was not.
Murder in the house of God.
These men were criminals, Father. Thieves. Rapists. Killers.
And God would have embraced them if they'd asked for forgiveness. Now, which one of these men might have sought redemption by working with the poor? Which one might have saved just one life?
None of us, Father. You bastard. If you have any confessions to make, you better do it quick.
No more bloodshed, please!
I'm sorry, Father. Consider this an act of divine retribution.
Nice work, Sam. Thank Christ Sam was there to save us.
That make us even?
Sure. For now. For your trouble, Father.
I don't know if he's going to accept that.
Your blood money.
You took theirs. Not a lot of difference from where I'm standing. That should be enough dough to patch up the bullet holes. And keep you quiet.
When the cops come, you tell them the gunman who did this had East Coast accents. Must have been from out of town. Right?
The church must have its own.
But I won't say anything at all.
Good. Be a shame if we had to come back here.
The church. Here's the thing: is that
Where the hell were
that guy?
As I walked into church, the crew recognized me, followed me straight back out.
Where are they now?
The same place as all these guys. Come on, we gotta go.
Oof. But hey, we survive.
There's no end to these guys. You can patch yourself up over there.
around the church, boys.
There's no
Don't
end
let him
to
out.
these guys. In the hearse, let's go.
Are you kidding?
It's got wheels, don't it? We can run, find another. Sure. But we got everywhere. There's no end to these guys. Move up. Get to his side. I got him.
Tells me to get into the hearse. Sam doesn't follow me in with him. God damn it, Sam. You hope to attend an Aussie FurCon sooner rather than later. I am good myself to not go to cons for like the foreseeable future. I want to try and save money up, but I also want to try and like, you know, improve relationships in Australia before I go to a before I go to like another con, because there are a lot of work to do financially, but socially as well.
In the hearse, let's go.
Are you kidding?
It's got wheels, don't it? Let's find another. Sure. But we got cops everywhere. I've got him here. Back up.
Ah!
Don't you weigh that gun at me.
And yes, I'm doing this via controller, not keyboard and mouse, because we're going to be driving more often than not, rather than shooting, hence the use of a controller. So yeah. Also, hi there, Rack Hudson. Welcome to the stream.
Where the hell were you? As soon as I walked in the church, the crew recognized me. Followed me straight back out. Where are they now? The same place as all these guys. Come on. We gotta go.
Cookie for Iron Yoshi once again. Thank you for the 5 bits. I really appreciate it.
Are you kidding?
It's got wheels, don't it? We can run find another. Sure. We got cops everywhere. Gotta reload. Behind you. They keep coming. Don't go inbound. Here, get back up.
Yeah, this is gonna be a bad time. Gotta be very mindful. Very mindful.
Where the hell were you?
Also,
Soon as
stop
I walked in
stuttering!
the church, the crew recognized me. Followed me straight back out. Where are they now? The same place as all these guys. Come on. We gotta go.
Get your paper here.
Form a perimeter around the church, boys. Don't let him out.
In the hearse, let's go.
Are you kidding?
It's got wheels, don't it? We can run find another. That's not good. We got cops everywhere. You really want to get it?
I love how he says, get in the hearse, and it's like, we're not going to be able to get in the hearse. Not in this fashion. There is way too many of these cops. We're going to need to try and take them out before more arrive. Sadly, I don't know too many folks in Europe.
Walked in the church.
That's a problem.
Straight back out. Where are they now? The same place as all these guys. Come on. We gotta go.
Form a perimeter around the church, boys. Don't let him out.
We got someone in the hearse. Let's go.
Are you kidding?
It's got wheels, don't it? We can run find another. Sure. But we got cops everywhere. Gotta reload.
He's dead.
On him. Troy. They got another friend, Tom.
Where is Sam?
Get him before this goes any further.
Alright, we're gonna need to get out of here.
Well, today didn't turn out like I expected.
We're gonna need to ditch this car for something else.
Whatever you did at the cat house got the cops plenty pissed.
Yeah, it was messy, but I got everything done.
Everything?
Yeah. Everything.
Position can confirm. We got him. Officers report they're closing in.
Yep, and your little roadblock has blocked you guys now.
They giving up yet?
Don't think so.
They must have called out every cop in the city. Officers on Central Island. Suspect has been lost. Keep patrolling.
We're gonna need to get it. We're gonna need to ditch this car and get a new one at some point.
Come on, Tommy, lose him.
I'm trying.
Thankfully, they're not. Also, hi there, Nightman. Welcome back from Furdo. I hope you had a wonderful time.
Thank Christ. Gonna be trying to forget today for a long time.
You're telling me.
Let's get back to the bar. We gotta lie low.
The way this all went down, we gotta lie low for weeks.
The priest will keep his trap shut, don't worry. Morello got a bloody nose, and you and Polly are in the clear for whacking Galati's son. Boss will be pleased.
There we go. All right. Phew! Hopefully Furdo was good for you. The scan results are back that say that that you are 68% buff. Nice work on that. I didn't see the scans, so I'm sorry to say that. But good work on getting the 68%. And I'm gonna need to...
Reports of a traffic incident on Central Island.
Do not do the traffic citation.
Officers have seen him. Now in pursuit. Okay, arrest the guy. He's not in a vehicle. Move in now.
Stay still.
He's not gonna last long inside.
Pow! I don't want to shoot
Well, that didn't work as well as I hoped. I swear Sam would have helped me then, but it looks like he didn't, so... Hopefully because I did the initial escape, we're gonna be good, but who knows. Let's see where it puts us. Nope, it puts us all the way back here.
Recognize me. Follow me straight back out.
Where are they now?
Same place as all these guys. Come on, we gotta go.
Oh, that's not good.
From the church, boys. Don't let him out.
In the hearse, let's go.
Are you kidding?
It's got wheels, don't it? You're trying to find it not going on. Well, we got cops everywhere.
that didn't work. I love how Sam's like, get in the hearse, and it's like, we're gonna get pinned down before we get to the hearse, but sure.
Where the hell were you?
Let's see if getting... Let's try the whole, like, running into the hearse again as quickly as possible, and we'll see how we go.
Same place as all these guys. Come on, we gotta go.
Form a perimeter around the church, boys. Don't let him out.
Are you kidding?
Behind you!
Behind you! Get shot. Good plan, Sam. Let's get in the hearse.
Where the hell were you?
As soon as I walked in the church, the crew recognized me. Followed me straight back out.
Where are they now?
The same place as all these guys.
The only thing missing from that death is wasted. Yeah, but that's like that's for Grand Theft Auto kind of success.
Form a perimeter around the church, boys. Don't let him out.
There we go.
Let's go!
Are you kidding?
It's got wheels, don't it? We can run, find another. Sure. We got cops everywhere. Ah, crap! They keep coming.
Damn it, and nearly dead once again. Oh my god. I basically have to be like almost perfect with my bullets at this point and just take my time. Thankfully they don't bring in more cops in the area that we're at, so it's probably possible for us to just shoot all of them that are there. I just need to be extra slow about that nonsense and then go into the hearse.
Followed me straight back out.
Where are they now?
The same place as all these guys. Come on, we gotta go.
I just lost 4 oh my god.
Form a perimeter around the church, boys. Don't let him out.
In the hearse, let's go!
Are you kidding?
It's got wheels, don't it? We can run, find another. Sure. But we got cops everywhere. Got him. Oh, we got some other guys' attention.
Oh, it replaces my clip. Okay, so I can't reload with like the missing and get like the missing bullets back. It is literally I am ejecting all the bullets I have currently in my clip to get a fresh one, which is not helpful. Oh boy. I think you're supposed to get in the house.
Where the hell were you?
As soon as I walked in the church,
I don't think it's house.
Followed me straight back out.
Where are they now?
The same place as all these guys. Come on.
Form a perimeter around the church, boys. Don't let him out.
Here, in the hearse. Let's go.
Are you kidding?
It's got wheels, don't it? We can run, find another. Sure. We got cops everywhere. Reload.
What in the... Oh, he was right there. Okay. The fork. Did you hear your name? I was cleaning up after your sister left food out and it got moldy. I was just saying, welcome back from Furdu. Hopefully you had a wonderful time. I didn't go to Furdu this year, Eric, for like financial and social reasons. So, but I hope you had a good time all the same.
The crew recognized me. Followed me straight back out. Where are they now? The same place as all these guys. Come on, we gotta go.
Former Perugia around the church, boys. Don't let him out.
Where the hell was that? In the hearse. Let's go.
Are you kidding?
It's got wheels, don't it? We can run, find another. Sure. But we got cops everywhere.
Is Sam gonna get into cover or not? That was a good shot. Damn it, I just wasted a reload. I was too... What the hell? Oh, because there's a police officer there and Sam is not covering me. Damn it, Sam. Coward. I have to do everything in this game, don't I?
Where the hell were you? As soon as I walked in the church, the crew recognized me. Followed me straight back out. Where are they now? The same place as all these guys. Come on, we gotta go.
Former Perugia around the church, boys. Don't let him out.
In the hearse, let's go.
Are you kidding?
It's got wheels, don't it? We can run, find another. Sure. But we got cops.
This is the
everywhere.
police.
Got one. Tommy, look out!
Is this gonna be the 2-hour session? It's just having a firefight of like impossible odds and having to be very careful.
Where the hell were you? As soon as I walked in the church, the crew recognized me.
Alright, so there's that guy there.
Where are they now? The same place.
But as far as I know, there isn't any other...
We gotta go.
Yeah, there isn't like anywhere to pick up ammunition or anything like that. Annoying, to say the least.
There's no end to these guys. Eyes on him. We got some other guys' attention.
Former Perugia around the church, boys. Don't let him out.
He ain't getting in the hearse. Let's go.
Are you kidding?
Gotta read. It's got wheels, don't it? We can run, find another. Sure. But we got cops everywhere. Gotta hit. They keep coming.
Yeah, so get me a... Yep, that works. Thank you, whoever that was. The Fur Nerd, thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it while I am fighting for my life. Classic NPC not doing what it's supposed to do. You think it would have a... Sorry. Not to worry. Not to worry, Fur Nerd. It's okay. This is just a me problem right now. This is just a me problem while the game decides to stutter a little bit despite the overkill of hardware I am running right now.
Recognize me. Follow me straight back out. Where are they now?
So, yeah.
Come on. We got it.
Form a perimeter around the church, boys. Don't let him out.
In the hearse, let's go. Are you kidding? It's got wheels, don't it?
And now comes the fun bit where it's stuttering here at this point here, where I could have had a good... There we go, so that's one.
I'm reloading. Tommy, look out! He ain't getting what's up, bigger me.
There we go.
The rest of this crew's coming in. Got a new guy. Move on. They keep coming.
How about you shoot that guy? He was right there in front of... Where? Oh. You retreated back into the... Why? I was there. You were at the... Oh my...
Where the hell were you?
Where the hell were you?
Church, the crew recognized me. Followed me straight back out. Where are they now? The same place as all these guys. Come on, we gotta go.
Form a perimeter around the church, boys. Don't let him out.
Come and get in the hearse, let's go. Are you kidding? It's got wheels, don't it? We can run find another, sure. But we got cops everywhere. Stay down.
Yep, thank you. How about you not retreat, Sam? Because now I don't have any long-range weapons, so we're gonna be in here for a while.
Move up! Get to his side! Someone get his attention! Try for a better shot! Really want to aim that gun at me? Shake it! Got it though. Eyes on that bastard! Up on him! Got it!
All cars, all officers, please converge. Help needed.
Move up! He's up ahead. You really? They keep coming!
Yeah, no shit.
Try to get around!
He's in a car. Apprehend as soon as you can.
Taking his shot!
Suspect and accomplice escaping in a hearse. By
shortcut.
Well, today didn't turn out like I expected. Just drive. We'll end up in the back.
Go get it, boys. Roadblock is in position, can confirm. Yeah, the suspect's been lost downtown. We'll find him.
Whatever you did at the cat house got the cops plenty pissed. Yeah, it was messy, but I got everything done. Everything? Yeah. Everything.
Alright, so I can use Marshall Bridge, but I'm gonna need to get rid of...
We got a roadblock set up. Should slow him down.
Ah! Just as I got out of there. Alright. This happens.
Where the hell were you? As soon as I walked into church, the crew recognized me. Followed me straight back out. Where are they now? The same place as all these guys. Come on.
Form a perimeter around the church, boys. Don't let him out.
Got in the hearse, let's go!
Are you kidding?
It's got wheels, don't it? We can run, find another, sure. But we got cops everywhere. Don't... Reload!
Don't you wave that gun at me! I'm here!
Ah! Because of that guy all the way over there. Well. Ugh, excuse me. Tony, how the fuck am I gonna save you from this situation?
Where the hell were you? As soon as I walked into church, the crew recognized me. Followed me straight back out. Where are they now? The same place as all these guys. Come on. We gotta go.
Form a perimeter around the church, boys. Don't let him out.
In the hearse, let's go!
Are you kidding?
Yep, that one was a quick death. I just don't have the fortitude when this battle starts. And if I go for the health pack, they all scramble to cover, and Sam is not being of any help.
Where the hell were you? As soon as I walked into church, the crew recognized me. Followed me straight back out. Where are they now? The same place as all these guys. Come on.
Form a perimeter around the church, boys. Don't let him out.
Are you kidding?
And Sam is all the way back there. He won't run into the thingy-majiggy. Still like how the police chief is surprised about the vehicle. Just a little bit, yeah. 30 more pop up in its place. You get rid of one cop and there's 30 more.
As I walked into church, the crew recognized me. Followed me straight back out. Where are they now? The same place as all these guys. Come on. We gotta go.
Form a perimeter around the church, boys. Don't let him out.
In the hearse, let's go!
Are you kidding?
It's got wheels, don't it? We can run, find another, sure. But we got cops everywhere. Tommy, look out! I'm reloading.
Don't point that thing at me.
aimed for that guy when I should have aimed for the... There was a door there as well. I'm gonna see what the door does. There was a door on the left. Maybe that will be a
Where the hell were you? As soon as I walked into church, the crew recognized me. Followed me straight back out. Where are they now? The same place as all these guys. Come on, we gotta go. The rest of that crew's coming in.
Oh, thank goodness. So, we're able to get some initial health. Meanwhile, Sam is... Sam.
around the church, boys. Don't let him out.
In the hearse, let's go!
Are you kidding?
It's got wheels, don't it? Run find another, sure. But we got cars everywhere.
You really want to hang this? Move up! Don't pull that trigger!
Alright, I'm gonna stand up for this. Time to swap to standing mode. Okay. So that one was pretty good. So yeah, so there is definitely a boost in going for the health pack that was still in the church.
As soon as I walked into church, the crew recognized me. Followed me straight back out. Where are they now? The same place as all these guys. Come on, we gotta go.
Alright, this gives us health.
Form a perimeter around the church, boys. Don't let him out.
In the hearse, let's go!
Are you kidding? You really want to
Got wheels, don't it? We can run find another, sure. But we got cars everywhere. The rest of that crew's coming in!
Suspected accomplice escaping in a hurry. All cars, all officers, please converge. Help needed.
Well, today didn't turn out like I expected. Just drive. We'll end up in the back. Whatever you did at the cat house got the cops plenty pissed.
Yeah, it was messy, but I got everything done.
Everything?
Yeah,
We got him. Officers are
everything.
closing in.
Come on, come on, come on.
Yeah, the suspect's been lost downtown. We'll find him.
They given up yet?
Don't think so.
They must have called out every cop in the city.
Roadblock is in position. Can confirm. We got
Come on, Tommy, lose him.
I'm trying.
officers reporting now on Central Island.
of bullets, out of life, out of gas.
Where the hell were you? As soon as I walked in the church, the crew recognized me. Followed me straight back out. Where are they now? The same place as all these guys. Come on, we gotta go.
Former Peruge are around the church, boys. Don't let them out.
I'm just so rushed. This game is not gonna let me have a good time. It's not gonna let me just, you know, get half.
Where the hell were you? As soon as I walked in the church, the crew recognized me. Followed me straight back out. Where are they now? The same place as all these guys. Come on, we gotta go.
There's gotta be another way out of this church. It can't just be the front door. Also, why are you like stuttering, game? You've been playing the same game for like the last 2.5 hours, like.
Former Peruge are around the church, boys. Don't let them out.
Hell? In the hearse, let's go!
Are you kidding?
It's got wheels, don't it? We can run, find another, sure. But we got cops everywhere. Reload!
He's bleeding. Move it up. Go with their gun.
There's no way that he's got it.
Damn it! And he made me waste a bullet.
Suspect and accomplice escaping in a hearse. I repeat, a hearse.
Well, today didn't turn out like I expected. Just drive. Or we'll end up in the back. Whatever you did at the cat house got the cops plenty pissed.
Yeah, it was messy, but I got everything done.
Everything?
I'm just gonna have to drive, aren't they? Won't be able to, like, duck and weave. Sam, you're fucking useless! God damn it, Sam! Thought you were a made man or something like that. Instead, you're just...
Where were you? As soon as I walked in the church, the crew recognized me. Followed me straight back out.
Where are they now?
The same place as all these guys. Come on. We got
Mama Judy Voorhees, thank you so much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. I gotta tell you, Mama, this is not a fun segment of the game. It doesn't give me half health whenever this thingamadiggy reloads, and my ammunition is like half clip.
Around the church, boys. Don't let them out.
in the hearse. Let's go.
Are you kidding?
It's got wheels, don't it? We can run, find another, sure. But we got cops everywhere. Don't put that thing at me. Behind you. Clip them. today didn't turn out like I expected.
Just drive. Or we'll end up in the back.
Yeah, the suspect's been lost downtown. We'll find him. Officers have seen him, now in pursuit.
Whatever you did at the cat house got the cops plenty pissed.
Yeah, it was messy, but I got everything done.
Everything?
Yeah. Everything.
They giving up yet?
Don't think so.
They must have called out every cop in the city.
He's gone. Go back to patrols. We'll get him next time.
Okay.
Ooh. You can see that. Alright. Hopefully, this will be the end of that.
Trying to forget today for a long time.
You're telling me.
Let's get back to the bar. We gotta lie low.
Way this all went down, we gotta lie low for weeks.
The priest will keep his trap shut. Don't worry. Morello got a bloody nose, and you and Polly are in the clear for whacking Galati's son. Boss will be pleased.
Alright, hopefully there isn't a blockade on that road anymore. Doesn't look like there is, so thank goodness. Gonna put the limiter on, so then that way we don't, you know, get caught by the cops for driving a hearse over the speed limit. Hi there, Jack. Welcome to the stream. I finally made it out of the church. Mafia 1! Yes, Mafia 1. Technically speaking, this is the definitive edition, but who's counting? So, well, the good news is that I at least have this hearse now in my garage going forward when I do free ride in this game. But yeah, oh my goodness. The firefight was a pain. And I totally forgot that, like, when you reload with a partial clip, you don't, like, add the bullets together. What actually happens is you drop the existing clip of partial bullets to put in a new one. That's not too great. Oh, no, cop, please don't recognize me, please don't recognize me. We're just average hearse drivers. Don't you worry about us. Idiot.
Something's up.
Police are on to us.
Driver down there's either drunk or crazy. We've got a roadblock set up. Should slow him down. Okay, arrest the guy.
Making my day.
He's on foot now, trying to run.
All right, do not move. Now, don't make a mistake. It's on your saddle. Get behind.
Ah! I had to hit the fucking car, and it's like, oh, you can't get a ticket, we'll just have to arrest you. And it's like, are you kidding me? How far back are you taking me? I was so close to the bar.
Where the hell were you?
Should have taken, yeah.
Church, the crew recognized me.
All the way back here.
Oh, they know. The same place as all these guys. Come on.
Oh my. Izzy must be watching this and is just like, this is gonna be a repeat of last week's stream. He was stuck in the race for hours on end. It's gonna be like that all over again.
Former perimeter around the church, boys. Don't let him out.
In the hearse, let's go! Are you kidding? It's got wheels, don't it? Find another, sure. But we got cops everywhere.
An accomplice escaping in a hearse. I repeat, a hearse.
Well, today didn't turn out like I expected.
Just drive. We'll end up in the back. Whatever you did at the cat house got the cops plenty pissed.
Yeah, it was messy, but I got everything done.
Everything?
Yeah. Everything.
The cars reported him in North Park.
They given up yet?
Don't think so.
They must have called out every cop in the city.
We've got a roadblock set up. Should slow him down.
I see it! Come on, Tommy, lose him! I'm trying.
The guy's gotten away in North Park someplace. Keep looking. He'll turn up.
Kind of fascinated how Mafia didn't start with speakeasies in the 20s. Well, the speakeasies were still around in the 30s as well. Also, this is like early 30s.
He's gone. Go back to patrols. We'll get him
Okay. We lost him.
Thank Christ.
Gonna be trying to forget today for a long time.
You're telling me.
Let's get back to the bar. We gotta lie low.
The way this all went down, we gotta lie low for weeks.
The priest will keep his trap shut, don't worry. Morello got a bloody nose, and you and Polly are in the clear for whacking Galati's son. Boss will be
Can you
pleased.
get moving, please? God damn this guy. There we go. Took you long enough. You just want a shitty late 10s, early 20s car? You can get a 2015 Toyota Camry if you try hard enough. That's a late 20s, that's a late 10s, early 20s car, right? A 2019? Phew. 1910s, 1920s. I know that's what you were saying, but considering we're now in like 2025 right now, we can make a, you know, a 2010, 2020s joke with the 10s and the 20s, I feel. I saw an opportunity and I took it.
Thanks again, Sam, for helping me out back there. I thought my time was up.
It's not anything you wouldn't do for me.
Oh.
But when you come that close to biting it, Christ, it's something.
Don't need to tell me about that. Just don't think about it. Listen, I could ever teach you. Don't think about anything.
Yay! Saints and Sinners is done. Oh my god. Please tell me I'm getting the achievements for this. Complete Sarah, complete better get used to it.
Jesus Christ, Tommy. You're confessing to a shootout in a church.
And I ain't even to the hard stuff yet.
You know I could take you in right now, put you behind bars until you're old and grey.
Maybe, if you think you can make any of it stick. But then you'd never know about Morello.
Hey, fellas, sorry to keep you waiting. My shift just started. What you having?
2 lunch specials, please. And more coffee. You know what? Let's bring the whole pot. All right, we've come this far together. What kind of heat did you get from the church?
It's a strange thing. Nothing really came of it all. Always figured Salieri paid off someone somewhere because it wasn't even in the papers. We just had to lay low for 7, 8 months. The cops kept showing up at the bar just to remind us they were watching. And Frank caught wind that Morello was helping Galati get reelected, hoping he'd go after the Don.
Well, I recovered some account books from Morello's offices. 33 was a pretty good year for him.
Bastard knew we were bleeding out before we did. While we were busy keeping our heads down, he started moving in on our rackets. Quiet at first, a few trucks go missing. Top burner has one too many highballs, drives off a bridge. One of our regular pickups suddenly closes up shop, moves upstate.
And he didn't catch on?
Not me. I think maybe Paulie smelled something. But even with the cops looking over our shoulders and Morello circling, we were still making good money. And with the Dom worried about keeping the heat off, we didn't have much to do. Except drink, have a few laughs. Every time I went into Salieri's, there was Sarah. So it was a good year. Until Frank.
Coletti, Don's consigliere.
Yeah, that's right. He set me straight. He set us all straight.
There's a lot of buzz around town about you guys.
Yeah, we got into a little scrap last night. It's no big deal.
I don't care about the bar fight, Tom. I care how it looks when you walk into a club and by everyone around.
We gotta do something with our dough.
Then blow it at the track on Sunday. Or take a dame to a show. Or invest it, for Christ's sake.
Invest it.
You want me to become one of those Wall Street boys?
Don't sass me, Tommy. I'm trying to teach you the ropes, so you don't get strangled by them. You ever have a dog, Tom?
Sure. Little mutt when I was a kid.
When I was 8 or 9, before I came over from Sicily, I had this beautiful, skinny Cerneco dell'Etna. Like a little greyhound. Fastest dog you've ever seen. That's how I met the Don. We started setting up races together. Betting on her with coins and rifle shells. There wasn't another dog that could catch her. She never lost. Until the day she did. We were only out a pocket knife, but I never saw the Don so angry.
She got old on you?
No. Pregnant. She went into heat, got out of the yard, and every dog in town had a turn. You're like that dog, Tommy. Every time you flash your money around, you're a bitch in heat, and everyone in that club is now looking to fuck you. And once you get fucked, you're no good to us. Do you understand?
You made your point.
Good. Because you need to think about your career here. Look, Paulie's at his ceiling. He's the guy we want in a tussle, but he's not smart enough to run anything. Sam is loyal, but he has no vision. But you, Tommy, you could run this town someday.
High praise for someone who's only been in this in a few years.
So, what happened to the dog?
The Don tried to drown her. I broke his nose. You can let me off here. Give Sarah my best, Tommy.
I really don't like this script line with the dog. Just why did they put it? I think it was to try and like
back then.
It was trying to do twofold. It was trying to make it so that, you know, Frank and the Don were like, you know, close together back from Italy before coming over here, and that Frank was very much like a business kind of person, and you know, he had he cared for his dog and what have you. And then they were just trying to do like, you know, it was an outdated analogy of like, you know, don't go around downtown fucking with people because you'll fuck up.
True, Frank. The plans, the orders, the money. You could get the call day or night.
Ah, Tommy. Frank says to wait for him in the garage out in the back, eh? You got the job, I think.
Thanks, Luigi. Sarah's cooking. She's bringing something over.
In this rain? She's a good girl.
I'll see you tomorrow, Luigi.
What year is it now? February 2nd, 1933. Okay.
Sure. Back in the day, when the boss was still with Pepone, we got called out to a hit. Some politician on the take. And his storm's just raging, right? And we're driving out to the burbs to cap this guy. And street lights weren't so good, so we're driving in the dark. We get to the house, and we're about to make our move. And then there's this lightning flash. And for a split second, in the front yard, I see this head.
Also, hi there, Ferdner. Sorry I didn't say hi sooner.
Cut off at the neck.
Nah, this ain't true.
Some other crew had already been out to the house that night. Guess the guy had more than his share of enemies. They never found the body.
Bullshit.
God's truth.
Thanks for waiting, Tom. The Don and I had to go over last month's numbers again.
Sure. So what's the job?
I want you to help Sam and Paulie with the shipment we've got coming in tonight.
Good stuff?
Straight from Canada.
Where do you need me?
Sam's going to meet our friends from the north at the farm outside of town. Paulie will oversee the trucks bringing the shipment into the city, but I want you to go with him. Be an extra pair of eyes. Make sure it all goes smoothly.
Okay.
Get the car from Ralphie and meet Paulie at the warehouse. He's got heaters in case you run into any trouble.
Sure, Frank. No problem.
Good. Now bring the Canadian home safe, Tommy. There is already a case earmarked for the Don.
Okay. When those costumes of Mafia was something else and you ever say no one messes with you. Yeah. That's what Frank is doing.
My motor's yours, if you want it, Tommy.
Thanks, Ralph.
Working late, Ralphie?
I just sleep when Frank sleeps. Man, he's been working us hard.
Morello's taking bites out of business everywhere else, Ralph. Bull's Racket's where we shine. We gotta stay ahead someplace.
Well, I just fixed the cars, Tom. I changed the plates again. You can't be too careful.
See you in the morning.
Okay.
We didn't even give him a thank you, which is like, I'm gonna be real with you, is a little disrespectful. I would have at least said thanks. time to get to the warehouse. Set the limiter so then that way we don't drive off the road. Oh, damn, why has it gotta rain? Also, if it could stop stuttering. That is probably my biggest annoyance with this game right now, is just the amount of time that I'm getting hit with stutters. I don't appreciate it. Thankfully, this is a single-player game and not a multiplayer game, so when it stutters for me, it stutters for the NPCs as well. Hi there, Thick Himbo Cow. Welcome to the stream. Glad to see a fellow Himbo, and thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Hope you're doing alright. Hi. I am going through the Mafia game right now. I have never played through the Mafia trilogy before, and last stream I spent like 2 hours plus like in the racing match. This one, I nearly spent quite a bit of time in the Saints and Sinners mission. I don't think I got the achievement for it, unfortunately, because of, like, some weird glitch, but, we're currently going through the next mission. I'm heading over to a warehouse, and gonna be help protecting some, you know, some Canadian hooch. Currently almost 6 a.m. for you. Oh, damn, it's early. Right now, it's only 8:57 for me. I'm gonna be, you know, streaming for another hour at least, I believe. So, we'll see how we go. And dodge that. Apply the speed limit, so then that way I can do this turn. And unapply the speed limit, so I can get ahead of this car and do that. Apply the speed limit again. Daylight savings changed last night too, so it's like 8:58 here too. Nice! Similar time zones! I live in Queensland, so the... Okay, thankfully the cop did not see me break that speed limit. So... Oh, no, tighter turn. There we go. So yeah, Victorian time and Queensland time now have the same hours, which is actually very nice. Alright, and then we turn into here, and... Oh. There we go. Alright, something I'm just gotta do real quick is I'm just gonna stop raids for the next hour. Did I get my achievement? Yay, I did. Completed Saints and Sinners. Excellent.
Come on, Tom!
You have a very important question. Do you now? Let me know.
Hey! Watch it, pal! Just dry it out.
Sorry. You know this place?
Yeah. We've done a few pickups at the farm before. Don't worry. There ain't nothing but cow shit and shine out here. It's gonna be an easy few clams. Boys will load up the trucks, and we'll come straight back.
How do I feel about Dungeons and Dragons? I think it's pretty cool. I've played through Baldur's Gate 3, loved it. I've definitely done the tabletop RPG before I did streaming.
You're something else, pal.
It's pretty good, but haven't done it in like years just because it's difficult trying to find a group.
Lay off, Polly.
Ah, come on. I'm just kidding. She's a good girl. You settle down, she'll straighten you right out. I'm going home to a couch. Now, I wonder what kind of stories she could tell about her old man, though. Luigi was a stone-cold killer back in the day.
I wouldn't know.
You know she's been helping out behind the bar since she was a kid. I bet she's seen and heard a few things. Probably knows more about our business than we do.
She knows enough not to ask me too many questions.
That's good.
What's Polly on
make
to?
a liar out of you. Christ. You ought to marry her just for that. God damn it. Sam should be waiting here, but I don't see him.
Something smells off.
Don't let your pecker get all shriveled up. Probably just trying to get out of the rain. Or into the bootleg. That'll wake him.
Check out my schedule to see if there's the other games that I'll be playing will be up your alley as well.
He ain't coming.
Okay. Let's go find him. That bastard is just 3 sheets, and I'm wrecking a new suit for nothing. I swear I'm gonna kill him. Here. Just in case Frank was right.
Stop
Go grab
with
them boys,
the stuttering.
sort it out.
Please.
What's what? We'll catch up with you.
This game and its darn stuttering. You could make a tabletop simulator, do a custom campaign, but it'll take a lot of setup. Yeah, that's the... Here's the thing. Tabletop Dungeons and Dragons always takes a lot of setup. It's not gonna be easier. And it only gets easier if you do it more often. But the thing is you have to do it more often. Government report shows no end to slowdown. Measures to date have failed to halt economic slide. Unemployment stands at 25%. Farm foreclosures are at a 2-year high as smallholders battle the combined threat of financial hardship and the dust storms choking the high plains. In response, the president proposes new legislation to destabilize the banking system. Ooh, okay. Can this game, like, you know, take a minute?
The guy we paid to keep this place in check don't even pretend to farm now. Place is derelict.
Carlo Falcone. Ah, there's a Falcone.
Where the hell are you hiding?
Whole ton of Canadian booze, all drunk up. What's up with you?
Hey, buddy.
Well, he's dead. I can see that from here. I swear to God, the Wi-Fi in this house is atrocious. What's this about tabletop sims? So, the Thick Himbo Cow just recently joined the chat and wanted my opinion about Dungeons and Dragons. I like it. I went through Baldur's Gate 3 recently with Code the Yoshi. I also did the tabletop a few times in the past before I did streaming. It is a lot of work to do, which is why I haven't done, you know, Dungeons & Dragons either as a DM or as a player since doing the streaming for like the last 4 years. And yeah, someone was like, you know, hey, how about doing the blah 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 using tabletop sim? And it's like, that's fair and all. It takes a lot of setup, but that's the thing with all tabletop RPGs is it's all about the setup, and it only gets easier if you do the setup more often.
Weapon. You first. We don't have time for this. Sorry, pal. Guess we're doing this the hard way.
Okay, then.
Get over here! I got him pinned down!
Oh, boy.
Red, get over here now! He's right on me!
Yep, this is gonna be fun. So I can't stand behind the crates for long, otherwise, you know, they get destroyed. And I clipped into the thingy-madiggy, so... yeah. Hopefully the Wi-Fi doesn't go worse for you, Izzy. Are you dealing with, like, a storm like it is over here? Alright, check the body.
Wow! It's me, Tom! Polly, what took you so long? Looking for Sammy? Did you find him?
Nah, not yet. Just him.
Canadian crew. Dollars to donuts, the rest of the face down in the dirt, too.
Not good. So wait, I guess the Canadians didn't have prohibition then, if that was the case?
Christ. Cops, Tommy.
What are the...
How would I know? They didn't show a badge. God, they didn't say anything.
They must be in Morello's pocket. This bastard. He can't even let us have this one racket. Forget about it, Tom. We gotta find Sam and get out of here.
Border Patrol. Oh, okay.
These guys are the real deal. They gotta be cops from the Border Patrol. Fuck. They've come heavier.
Cope Farm, 9 o'clock. North on Country Road, 2 miles. Right at gas station, follow sign to dam. 1 mile, then left at bridge. And I have, like, no health, so this is gonna be a bit of a fun time. Well, to be fair, this isn't actually gonna be a fun time, but you know what I mean.
Tommy! You don't want to see this!
Give me a minute. Joseph Trimbali, bottler from Winnipeg, Canada, 1899. Gray eyes, red hair.
Jesus.
Looks like we found the Canadians.
Yeah, it's not good. And
See Sam in there?
no.
Let's some.
You hear something?
Poor bastards.
Check every building.
I should have expected heat.
got.
I missed my shot. God damn it. I was trying to aim for the head and I missed and he just got blasted me back. Ah. Well, hopefully this should be good. Hyper Himbo, by the way, thick Himbo cow, can also be done with 69 bits.
These guys are the real deal. They gotta be cops from the Border Patrol. Fuck. They've come heavy, all right. Make Lost Heaven PD look like pussycats.
Then we go through here. So then that way we can pick up the Molotovs.
All a shot in the back of the head. Must have been lined up.
Huh. Unfortunately, you're broke. Ah, sorry to hear that. Yeah, we already read that note.
Poor bastards.
Check every building.
Make our way slowly this time. So we got this guy here. Ah, I should have just killed the first guy. I should have just shot the first guy in the head unannounced and then left my crew to deal with the other one. Because there's like a health pack in the other room. So, yeah.
These guys are the real deal. They gotta be cops from the Border Patrol. Fuck. They've come heavy, all right. Make Lost Heaven PD look like pussycats.
All a shot in the back of the head.
So, yeah.
Must have been lined up.
Darn. Alrighty, let's see. Yep, once again, going to that because it has a little thingy-majiggy, even though there isn't a need for me to.
Check every building. Sam could be anywhere.
Should have expected heat. They deserve what they got.
Next time, he gets the washing guard, please.
See anyone?
Go find him!
Get some cover!
It's right here. Nowhere to hide. You didn't see it coming. Seen him! Ah, God damn!
That's all. Is that all of them? That looks to be all of them. Grab some shotgun bullets while I'm at it. And what is this? George, I have it on good authority that Solari's whiskey handover is tonight. Our mutual friend wants this line of Canadian booze coming to the city shut down. I want you and your men at the farm we discussed by 9 p.m. Wait there the night and tell the boys it's fine if things get rough. They can take some hooch home. To thank them for coming so far south. Good hunting.
Yeah, border cops doing Morello's dirty work.
There we go. Oh, I could have come in from here. Gosh darn it. Well, I know for next time.
There's something up in that barn over there, Tom.
Is there another way into the barn or nah? Doesn't look like there's another way into the barn.
Get him!
You hear that?
Take it cover!
Following the seizure of Corpse Farm and the foreclosure of the business of J. Smith & Son by the Grand Imperial Bank, Lost Heaven assets will be sold at public auction on August 1st, 1932. There's Sam. Oh!
Come on, fellas! Push through!
Hold up! Damn it! Set him on fire! Fire coming down! Got you now!
Thank Christ. We gotta get to him.
Alright, there we go.
You boys stay here and watch our backs. Plug anyone who gets within 100 yards. Except us.
Hey, Polly.
Sammy. Oh, Jesus, what have they done to you? I got clipped. Christ, that's a lot of blood. Can you walk? No, I don't think so. Okay, just hang on. I'll go get the truck, then we'll take you to the doctor. Hey, you're gonna make it, Sam. Tommy, stay here with him. Be back in a flash.
Good luck. There's a first aid right behind him. Let's...
Hey, he'll be okay, Sam. We survived worse.
Sure we have.
Oh, boy.
Where'd all these guys come from? Jesus! Over here! Take him down, Tom! Go back! Gotcha!
You'd think 2 body shots would take him down, but apparently not. And look at me stuck on the wall. Welcome back. We're in another shootout. It is going to be a little bit tricky, but have no fear. We'll get through this.
Where'd all these guys come from? See them down, Tom! Taking cover! Blow what the hell!
Thank Christ, Jake, you're dead.
Ah, and the guy with the Tommy got me. Thankfully, I still have the Molotov, so the Molotov is, hope, gonna be a little bit helpful. Pray this is the one.
Where'd all these guys come from? See them down, Tom!
Thank Christ, Jake, you're dead.
Come on, guys, finish him! Jacking out over here! Get up their side! Get these guys off me! Find him! Kill the guy! They're coming up the stairs! Sending you up here, Tom! Count me out, Tom. I'm hurting over here. Jesus, this hurts.
Oh, we got the Tommy done.
Jesus Christ! Ugh. Where's the goddamn truck?
Probably gonna swap from the...
Crap, we got cops!
Probably have to go through all that again with the goons first and then the cops. Alright, let's try that again. Good to know we got the Tommy gun as an option.
Where'd all these guys come from? Over here! Down, Tom!
Thank Christ, Jake, you're dead.
Come on, finish him! I'm checking out over here!
Alright, hang on, let me just...
Jesus, this hurts!
hey, a magazine. Good to know. Alright, cool. So I've picked up all the pieces. Grab some more Molotov while we're at it. Alright.
Jesus Christ! Ugh. Where's the goddamn truck?
Crap, we got cops. Have that, you bastards! Here! Taking cover! Looks fine!
Come on, get a good shot, and... Gotcha. Alright, get the health, so then that way, because of this cutscene, I'm not gonna have any further problems, and hopefully, this is a good point.
Tony and Donnie too?
Yeah.
What a fucking massacre. How's Sam?
Well, he ain't any worse.
I'll go get him. Keep an eye out.
Oh, cool. Well, I got more fighting to do. It's like the dead of night as well. You're not feeling like shit now, so you're gonna have a nap and dinner? Not to worry. I hope you have a wonderful nap. And also, your dinner is delicious.
I got you. Okay. Okay. Hey, we're gonna get you all patched up. Okay?
That's an armored truck.
Holly? We got more company.
They have armored trucks back in 1930s? This game isn't not gonna give it. This game isn't gonna make it easy for me, is it?
And the Thompson back there somewhere.
Give me a second. I just need to adjust the volume so I'm not having like.
When they pull in behind you, blast them down. Just don't let them get past us.
Alrighty.
That thing back there is huge! Where the hell did they find that truck? Good night, asshole! Take him out, Tom! Let him have it! Okay, one down! Where is he? Got him! Keep going, Tommy!
Actually, let's see how we do with keyboard and mouse.
We're in trouble, Tom! This thing's falling apart! Ollie, they're getting close!
Holly, faster!
My pedal is to the metal. Did we lose them?
No, not yet.
2 squad cars on us!
There's more! We're not gonna take much more! Get too close, Tom!
Oh. That's Paulie and Sam gone, isn't it? The truck was destroyed. Oh, okay. So I failed on that one. I had way too much like health removed, so let's try this again.
These guys keep on coming! They're too close, Tom! Oh, shit! More bad news coming in from the side! Ah, crap! They're getting close!
That got him again. Oh boy. These guys are pretty, yeah, they're pretty determined. And this is also the quote-unquote classical difficulty as well, so hence why I've moved to...
Trouble, Tom! They're getting close! These guys keep on coming! More bad news coming in from the side! Ah, crap! They're right on our ass! They're too close, Tom! He's coming, boys! Ah, you got him! Keep going, Tommy!
Oh, here comes a cop. Ah! Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh. That's trouble.
Chef, you okay? We're in trouble, Tom.
Ah, this is a...
Hit him! We're not gonna take much more! Ollie, we need to go now! That thing's gonna... Ollie, we got...
Uh-oh. Hopefully that wasn't death. Thankfully that wasn't.
I'm a real man too, Tom!
Good. Although, Jesus. So close to dying. You might need tech support. You fluffed up your mic. Oh, no. Alright, hang on a sec. Oh, Jesus. Okay, first and foremost, did you... The truck was destroyed. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, no. Don't tell me. Okay, cool, Brett.
Now! Shoot this guy! Shoot now while we got the chance! Now, Tommy! While they reload! They're reload! Shoot now!
Truck was destroyed. Damn. Okay. All right. So first and okay. So what sort of situation did you fluff up your mic with?
Shoot out their gun when there's a break in the fire! Now, Tommy! While they reload! Shoot now while we got the chance! They're reloaded!
I don't know what exactly I need to aim for at that point. But yeah, do you need me to like slip into a VC or something like that to help you out? Yeah, it looks like I need to help you out. Ding. Bong. Cody. Yoshi. What did you break? Break. Let me in. But. So it looks like. What did you break? Also, by the by, just so you know, you're on stream.
Hi, stream. I fucked up.
What did you fuck up? All right.
Well, like I was noticing my mic was picking up background noise a little bit, so I was trying to fiddle with it, and I went to the inputs for the wavelink, and I accidentally removed the microphone, and now that I put it back on, I gotta put all my settings back on again.
Well, okay. Hang on. So,
I'll share my wavelink with you.
Give me a second. So, did you save the settings to your hardware? I don't know if you would have done that with your wavelink.
No, I don't know if I did.
Okay.
How do I check that?
Well, normally when you when the wavelength is back on, you can click on the little drop down and usually just says save settings. But if you haven't done that, another way is, I don't know if there's a way to back up and restore. So give me a few. All right, chat. I'm looking at.
Yeah.
So click on your little. So see how there's like a little drop down up at the top left there?
Yep. Boom.
Ah, damn, it doesn't show me that. Doesn't show me like anything. It only shows me like the main window and that's it, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, because it was picking up a lot of noise. So I was like, okay, I need to maybe do something. Because it's picking up like the background noise a little bit. I need to get a new stand at some point.
Okay, so to get rid of the background noise, one of the filters you can apply is the. So if you click on the green thing, there should be an option to do add effect, and then an Elgato one is the NVIDIA broadcast noise removal by Elgato. That one's like. Granted, that one does use like NVIDIA's AI nonsense to do it, but it should be okay. Voice focus, I've not seen before. So yeah, the things that I'm using is different.
Can I make that stronger or weaker then?
You'll need to turn voice focus on first, but I can't see if your voice focus is on or not. Is the thing?
Oh, you can't see that?
No, because when you're only showing like the what's.
Hang on, let me share the actual. Let me share the full screen so you got an idea.
Yeah, because that's the only other way I will be able to like see all the options and such. I'm sorry.
That's right. As long as your chat can't see it.
Nah, they can't.
Okay. How's the mafia?
It's going. I'm stuck in the back of a truck. All right, so yeah, so you got. Oh wait, so you got Elgato.
Sorry.
So
I've got this one, which is the standard noise removal.
Yeah, it looks like, and it doesn't look like there's like a little filter for you to be able to like engage it from like minimum to maximum. So people are saying there's background noise.
No. I was looking at the microphone
levels.
Picking up background. Yeah, I was like.
So yeah, there's.
No one was saying it. Just my ADHD noticed it.
Yeah. Okay, and then yeah, you just like turn the strength up.
So whereabouts do you have yours normally?
So I do something completely different because I'm in a I live by myself and I don't have a cat or any kind of nonsense.
Yeah.
So I've been able to find what my ambient noise is in the room. And then I just created like a noise gate on the microphone, which wouldn't work as well for you because of random. So yeah, I would say put it at, you can do it as like as high as 100 if you want, but I wouldn't. You could probably go away with like,
that seems too high.
So
maybe about 70.
Yeah, 70 sounds good. So
yeah, it just been fiddly, and I was like, my brain was like,
And then you just accidentally deleted it.
I mean, that should be able to help me do the Ho Yaos and all that better now, though.
I guess, but the Ho Yaos were like, the reason why I couldn't hear it is because you're in like Discord. And Discord does its own like actuation nonsense normally, unless you purposely turn it off. But we're not going to fiddle with that right now. So yeah, yep, you can close that window now.
Anything else I should add that you've got?
Well, you can't click on add effect. Cuckoos. What's Cuckoos? So rather than using like noise removal, the thing I use is why is it not there?
What am I looking for?
RIA gate.
That one?
Yeah. So, and that one, what that does is you want to find out. So you'll need to have like all your other plugins like turned off and such like that when you use the RIA gate. Because
turn these ones off.
Yeah. So yeah, and then when you go back to that, so see how it has like, you know, a little meter.
Yeah.
So what you want to do is you want to try and find like, so that one you want to have like just above the ambient. So
about there?
Yeah, and you'll see on the right side how, you know, that's going to be the output mix. So right now there's no noise going off. So see what happens if you try and go and you can, what you can do is you can try and feather it. So then that way.
Yeah, I'd probably put it like a few higher than what it is. Like about there, maybe.
Yeah, that's.
Or even put it up a little bit to 50.
I think that's the other way around. Like, hang on a second.
Oh yeah, sorry, lower. So we want 30.
Yeah, because then what that does is that makes it so that you have like a greater barrier. So for me personally, I've got it, you know, at 43. That like I have it like fairly low just because I have a very fortunate like noise treatment in this apartment.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But with others around, it makes it a little bit harder. So I think, yeah, about there should be fine. Because then it still goes above it without going too far.
Yeah, because the idea is you only want it for like ambient noise. So like having it like that high up is, you know, not beneficial, especially if you want to do like whispers and such. But like you could probably go lower still. Like
probably maybe down to about 40.
Because see how on the left side you have the green levels? Like that's where it's sitting. So if you like not say anything for a little minute and then like, you know, just sort of pull it just I wish I could click on it and pull it down for you. So
about 45 maybe.
45 I think would be good. I have it at so my one is at like 43, so because I've got like, you know, sometimes I'll have a fan running on top of me and what have you, so
yeah.
So 45 is good.
I might do it about 43 as well.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good level.
Yeah, crap. And 43.0, you dum-dum.
There we go. So yeah.
Anything else you think I should adjust, or is that should be?
That's about it that I can recommend on my side. I'm not like an audio engineer who is like really good with all the plugins and what have you. So yeah, so click on the.
Then I can turn the other one. I can turn the other ones back on, then can't I?
Move them down. So order of operation. So you want to have the re as like so. Click it. So yeah, you want to have like the re as the first one. You probably don't need Elgato noise removal if you're using NVIDIA noise removal.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll turn that one back on then too.
Yeah. All right. And then, yeah, all you need to do now is just make sure that the, you're having the microphone, like you're having your, what's-a-mahoozy go through the, blah, 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 blah. What am I saying?
The wavelink?
Yeah, you just want to make sure your microphone is now set back to the wavelink stream. So then that way it's grabbing.
Hang on.
So rather than grabbing like the raw input, it's grabbing the.
I'll show you.
So there's microphone properties. Yep, wavelength stream. You're good.
Cool.
Yep. Awesome.
Yep, there we go. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you in while you were streaming. It was just like
you had an emergency, and you were just like, please help.
I need the tech support. I did a dum-dum. And now I have to sleep forever in the idiot box.
You'll be fine. You'll figure this nonsense out soon on your own and someday.
Yeah, I really should have this one saved. How do you save it?
It should be in the... So, close out of that preferences window, because it's not there. Click on the little arrow there. Oh, no, because it's not a hard drive thing. Okay, so... Maybe it's a profile
don't worry about it
thing?
then.
I don't know, but don't go through too much. So, because you're on stream.
Yeah, we got it fixed. We got it fixed.
We got it fixed. We got it fixed, chat. Now I got to go back to
Himbo tech support.
Yeah.
Whenever I need Grant, just call Himbo tech support.
Yeah, because that is my daily, and like, you know, I don't like doing it for myself, the whole like, oh, I gotta fix my own shit, but, you know, it is what it is.
No, this is why I keep you around, Grant.
Ah, thank you so much.
Not just because you're an amazing friend and an awesome dude just to have around for fun.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. Can we get a
And all the while you're doing this, you're still killing people in the mafia.
Well, it's not that I'm killing people in the mafia. I'm now shooting at the police, and I'm trying to get rid of this armored truck.
Grant's running from the police, everyone. Quick.
Yep.
Go and
Sting
check him
is
out, give him
after
a
me.
follow, and watch him run away from the police.
I would also give you a shout out, but unfortunately, I don't know where my moderators are, and I'm dying a lot of this. Oh, wait. Nope, I died that time there, so now I can do this. Ding, 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 dong, bam. Dun, 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 ba, 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 ba. There you go. You got a shout out.
I was just about to do the shout out.
Did it.
Because I'm over here, and I'm all like, I'm going to give you a shout out. I'm going to just shout out myself on yours.
Nah. Damn it. Damn it, so was I. It's alright, Velk. Also, it's not I'm not using like exclamation point shoutouts. I use like the the Twitch native shoutout thing. I try and
need
have
to set that one up.
So yeah. So I try and have as much of like the native commands responsible. So yeah, that. You got that right, Velk. Also, thank you so much, Velk, for being a moderator. I did.
Yeah.
You told me that it would be a terrible responsibility, but I said fuck it, I'm giving it to you anyway.
Yeah. You should really play. I think you would enjoy this game, Xenoblade Chronicles X.
Really?
Because once you hit chapter 6, you get a giant mech.
Oh, yeah, because that's... Yeah, I wanna get through... Once I get to chapter 6, then I'm really gonna enjoy it.
Well, no, I mean, you'll enjoy it all the same, because, I mean, there's really good story. There's a giant potato named Tatsu. I mean, look at this giant potato named Tatsu, if you can see him on the stream. Well, you probably can't because you're too busy doing stuff. But he's a giant potato named Tatsu.
Why do you have a potato? Oh, damn it,
Because
got shot in the head.
We found the potato, we rescued the potato, and now we have potato.
This just alienates me even further about the Xenoblade Chronicles.
Anyway, I'll leave...
Yeah, what?
I'll leave you be, and I'll talk to you later on. We really got to talk about doing a multiplayer game sometime soon.
At some point, yes. And Lord knows I will have free time in the future, so would be appreciated.
Yes. No, not a problem. Yeah, I'll talk to you later. Thank you for the tech support.
Not to worry. You'll need to kick me out because I am still in a firefight.
Alright, I'll put you in the waiting room so that way you're not... Oh, actually, can I just remove you from call? I don't think I can remove you from call.
Oh, wait, I can do this. There we go. Oh, truck got destroyed. Alright, let's try this again. We're not in a good spot with this, what's-a-mahoozy, let me tell you.
Shoot out their gun when there's a break in the fire! They're reloaded! Now, Tommy! While they reload! Stop the firing!
There we go! Oh my goodness.
Take out the windshield armor, Tom! I got an idea!
What is your idea?
The windshield! Shoot out the windshield!
Alright, cool. But now that thing is jammed, so now we have problems.
The windshield! Now you're done! Burn him! Set him alight, Tom!
Yeah!
Holy, we gotta lose him!
Woo! That would look really awesome if it wasn't, you know...
We did it!
That wasn't breaking down. But yeah, that was nice that we were able to help out Code and had a quick chat with him. Granted, it was desktop support chat, but it is what it is.
Okay, we're here, Tom. You get Sam out. I'm gonna go wake up the doc.
Sam. We made it. We're at the doctor's house.
This is 3, I owe you.
Well, at least he's walking this time, which is better than last.
Paulie, what the hell are you doing here so late?
Guy got shot.
Sorry to wake you, but we had a little accident. We got an injured man out here.
All right, bring him inside.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll stay with Sam. You can take the truck back. Call it a night.
No, I'll wait.
The doc's already got his hands full. No sense in both of us breathing down his neck. Go on, Tom. I'm gonna be fine.
Hopefully we don't have to run away from more cops in the truck, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to handle that.
Hey, you did good tonight.
Oh yeah, because that's what we needed. We're going to have, like, barely any booze, which is going to be a problem. We'll have nothing for it. Nothing. Nothing but bupkis. Well, at least we can patch ourselves up here. Thank goodness. Carton of cigarettes for a Sammy Robinson from New Bordeaux. Have I really not picked up that many cigarettes? Damn. Alright. Let's head back to Sarah.
Presidential address delivered earlier this year on the topic of the National Recovery Administration. This is part of our series looking back over the president's plans and results since his inauguration.
While we are making this great common effort, there should be no discord and no dispute. This is no time to cavil or to question the standards set by this universal agreement. It is time for patience and understanding and cooperation. The workers of this country have rights under this law which cannot be taken from them, and nobody will be permitted to whittle them away. But, on the other hand, no aggression is now necessary to attain those rights. The whole country will be united to get them forward. The principle that applies to the employers applies to the workers as well. And I ask you workers to cooperate in the same spirit.
Come on.
When Andrew Jackson, Old Hickory, died, someone asked, will he go to heaven? The answer was, he will if he wants to. If I am asked whether the American people will pull themselves out of this depression, I answer, they will if they want to. The essence of the plan is a universal limitation of hours of work per week for any individual by common consent, and a universal payment of wages above the minimum, also by common consent. My friends, I cannot guarantee the success of this nationwide plan, but the people of this country can guarantee its success. I have no faith in cure-alls, but I believe that we can greatly influence economic forces. I have no sympathy with the professional economists who insist that things must run their course and that human agencies can have no influence on economic ills. One reason is that I happen to know that professional economists have changed their definition of economic laws every 5 or 10 years for a very long time. But I do have faith, and retain faith.
So this is interesting.
Of common purpose.
So before the minimum wage and before they standardize the hours. Interesting.
American people. The president there speaking earlier this year on the National Recovery
Administration.
That's interesting. I thought the minimum wage was introduced, like, you know, fairly earlier than this. But I guess it kind of makes sense that they would try and invoke it during the Great Depression to try and standardize the hours and try and have like, the economy not, like, boosted, but more of a case of, like, we got to do a standardization of care and hours so then that way businesses don't exploit the working man. Nice. Hey, look, a horse-drawn carriage over there. Damn, Paulie. You live like this? Oh, actually, it's not Paulie, it's Sarah. Sorry, my bad.
You're late. Dinner's cold.
Figured.
Work. Marry me.
I don't know if that's the best way of doing a proposal, but apparently it works. Alright, so February 1933 was when he got married, and I'm pretty sure Omerta.
Hey, boss. I came as soon as I got your message.
Sit down, Tom.
What's your deal?
We have a mole, Tom.
No. Oh.
I was up all night driving myself nuts trying to figure it out. I started thinking maybe it's one of our guys. We aren't paying his fair share. Someone with a light wallet. Maybe looking to Morello for a new suit. Frank wasn't around, so I went to the safe to get the account books. To see who's getting cents on the dollar he's earned.
What'd you find?
What do you know?
The books are gone, Tom.
Frank.
And...
More than 50 years I've known him.
That doesn't
Everything I
sound
have, I
right.
got with Frank. And every buck we've earned, every dime we've paid out, it's all logged in those books. Frank hands those over to the feds, we're finished.
Frank respects one person in this whole town, and that's you. This has got to be some kind of misunderstanding.
I've been calling him all day. I went by his place. He's gone. His wife and kid are gone.
That's not good.
But why?
I don't know. I'm sure he has his reasons. Maybe he's still smarting over the dog.
When you tried to drown.
Yeah. Same one I shot after he wouldn't let me sink her.
Oh.
I was a stupid kid, Tommy. But grudge or no grudge, we gotta get those books back. Shake down all our stories. See who knows what.
Someone must have gotten the
Catch up to
squeeze on
Frank?
Frank.
You get those books. And if he doesn't have them on him, you make him tell you where to find them. After that, you do what we gotta do.
Something's off. Like, is it really that simple? Like,
Vincenzo's waiting
Frank's...
for you with a clean car.
Is that just the simple thing? Like, Frank just got done and is trying to get out, and this is his deal to get out?
Tough day today, Tom.
Yep.
We gotta keep a lid on this town. Start with Biff, but don't give him nothing. I got you a clean set of wheels. And something special here, if you want it.
Oh ho ho. Okay.
When Frank sees a Lapara, he'll know. The old ways work.
Another dime detective. Get death gives a permanent wave. Alright, gotta get to the pawn shop. See what he tells us. Like, why would Frank do this? Is it... I doubt it's something that, like, juvenile. Or, you know, that old. About, like, a dog dying. It's gotta be something else. Wife and kid is gone, and he's not answering his calls. He has the books. He can just get out. He doesn't need to go to the feds unless he thinks WITSEC is, like, the thing he needs to use, but there's no guarantee that he would get WITSEC.
Tommy, what's the rumpus?
Heard any big news lately? Something that Don might want to know.
Depends. What's it worth to you?
$20.
How about 40?
All right, spill.
The FBI's in town. They're getting something from Morello, but I don't know what.
How'd you hear?
Little Tony got some guy drunk in the Black Cat and drove him home. Heard a bunch of stuff, so he's the guy you want to see.
Okay. Thanks.
Always a pleasure, Tommy.
Alright. Okay, so Federal Bureau of Information is getting something from Morello.
Welcome to a WLH Sports Report. There's a sense of anticipation as we await the start of the big game. Our very own Lost Heaven Lancers are out on the road, deep in enemy territory as they take on bitter rivals, the Empire Bay Cannons. This year's Gold Series is shaping up to be one of the best on record, with both teams matching one another blow for blow. Despite the Cannons' home field advantage and an early lead in the series, the Lancers have bounced back and have really taken their rivals to task. Many of the plaudits and column inches have been dedicated to one man. Lancers pitcher Bunny Smith is one of this year's standout performers. And with this series tied at 3-3, he may well be the key man that brings the Wistman Trophy back to Lost Heaven. But doing so will be no easy task, as standing in his way is opposition captain Foghorn Jack Seidel. His solo home run in the bottom of the fifth inning of Game 5 turn defense in favor of the Empire Bay team.
canceled out by the Lancers in Game 6, and we now have a powder keg finale that is sure to have everyone glued to their radios. Can Bunny Smith bring it home for Lost Heaven? Or will the Cannon's towering redhead have the final say? WLH 570 Lost Heaven Radio will carry live coverage of the final game of the Gold Series, and we hope you'll join us in wishing our boys well. And now, back to...
Hello? Yeah, we need help right away. Dangerous driving on Central Island.
Everything okay?
Go get him, boys. The Lancer. Sup, little Tony? You're gonna need to tell me what you know.
Nah, it's not. What's this about the guy you drove home who's with the feds?
He came in for a drink, which turned into 10. He's hired muscle for some kind of safe house.
Where?
Oak Hill, corner of Pine. He gave me $10 to drive him back and keep my mouth shut. That on, that Councilor Gilatti's brokered some kind of deal between Morello and the FBI. They were all ready to sit tight on someone in there.
Why the hell didn't you tell us?
Tom, I did. I came in to see Frank straight away. He didn't tell
Oh.
No, he didn't.
Tom, what's going on?
We'll tell you more when we figure out more. Okay, so Frank knows about that. He's going to... Why? What Fed deal did he get?
Of the Gold Series. And by the looks of it, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be underway any minute now. The crowd here in the Armory are restless. You can almost taste the tension as we approach this, the deciding game between these two famous rivals. More than a little bad blood between them, and more than a couple of nasty flare-ups in recent years. Of course, this occasion, more than any other, could prove feisty, what with the drama that closed out the previous game. That, of course, saw the Lancers win to tie the series, and it's not often Empire Bay and Lost Heaven can boast the game's best current hitter and pitcher, respectively. I refer, of course, to Foghorn Seidel, a man mountain with a shock of red hair, and Lancers star Bunny Smith. Speaking of Smith, he is jogging, I suppose you'd say, between his teammates, issuing last-minute orders. They seem responsive to whatever he's saying. He commands respect from his team, that is for sure. My goodness, there must be some nerves among some of the younger Lancers. Elms, Graves, and Nicholson. Smith seemed to have pepped them up. That's good to see. That's what a good captain does. The Cannons lineup is meandering over to the home team dugout. The Lancers are slowly taking up their position, so we can't be too far away from the opening pitch here at the Armory, the home of the Empire Bay Cannons. Stay with us for more.
The mission of Lost Heaven Radio, our city's public service broadcaster, is to serve you. Start your day with WLH 570. What does the president have to say? What of the situation in Asia? Who blew it for the Lancers? All these questions and more can be answered daily with a subscription to the Lost Heaven Courier. Get news, opinion, business, and more delivered to your door each and every day. The Lost Heaven Courier.
Come on, you can do it. Hopefully I'm not too far away from this place. But I don't. So I've got a sawn-off and I've got my semi-automatic pistol. Don't really have a lot, so... There we go. Alright. Let's see.
Looks like the place.
Alright, let's see. There's Frank. And he doesn't have the books on him from the looks of it.
Take me to those account books, Frank.
And we return now to coverage what could be the final play of this game and the series between the Lost Heaven Lancers and the Empire Bay Cannons. A quick reminder that this final inning is being brought to you by Swift Cola. When you need a lift, reach for a Swift. It's not only a taste sensation, it's guaranteed to increase focus, drive, and mental clarity.
Wow, okay, sure. Like, that's gonna do it.
Coming to a close, let me thank today's other sponsors, Big Break Cigarettes and Lost Heaven Courier. Both of these teams could be said to be entering golden eras. Each team has a star player at the core with promising youngsters set around them. I refer, of course, to Smith and Seidel. The Cannons have had several such golden periods. The Lancers, it's fair to say, have not. I can see Lancers manager Frankie Hodge prowling in front of the dugout, gesticulating. He seems animated, to say the least. Looks like he's putting one of the officials in his place or something or other. With the noise of the crowd, it is quite hard to say for sure. Whatever's going on down there, you can feel the sense of occasion, and you just know that whatever happens, the crowd will be the first to tell you what has happened. The Lancers are now within minutes of snatching the Gold Series, which at one stage had appeared doomed, but they equally teeter on the edge of defeat. It all comes down to the final play. Nobody is warming up in the bullpen. Nobody down there is considering the possibility of extra innings. Bunny Smith then, standing on the mound, a look of feeling determination on his face. He's betraying no emotion, doesn't look nervous or tired after his exertions this series, nor does he appear to be carrying the weight of expectation. He's having a word with the umpire about something or other. What a strapping fellow. 6'2", 195 pounds. If the Lancers are to win here today, he's going to write himself into the record books. And boy, oh boy, what that would mean to the people of Lost Heaven after such a long time without glory on the diamond. All right, they've sorted out whatever was going on. Here we go then. In for the Cannons, it's Paddy Doherty. Smith is pitching the game of his life, but Doherty's a big man. If he can catch one, it could run, and with bases loaded, the Cannons would have it. Here we go. Doherty facing down Smith. Fastball and strike. The big man thought he had it. Some speed on that ball, my goodness. It's fair to say Doherty looks a little spooked. He was convinced he had it. His body language tells
They taking you to the airport, Frank?
Smith remains cool under pressure, not a flicker of emotion on his face. He winds up. And that's two. There was zip on that one. Good Lord. Seidel is barking something at Doherty, but we have no chance of hearing it as the noise of the crowd reaches fever pitch. Doherty's gesturing, and that's only making Seidel more irate. This is it, folks. Another strike, and the Lancers win. If Doherty can get behind it, surely the Cannons will get all their men home and snatch victory. A swing and a miss, and that's the winners! Lancers win! Lancers win! And Smith finally cracks an elated smile. He's thrown his cap in the air, as have his teammates. Lancers win the 1933 Gold Series!
Good for them. Good for the Lancers.
Big Break Blues deliver the bold, satisfying flavor that never lets you down. Made with only the finest tobacco, they're the choice of professionals, athletes, stars of stage and screen. So, you're in good company. Big Break cigarettes. Take a break from it all.
Christ, they're flying him out of state or something. Fuck, this ain't good.
I just had to go a little bit further and we'd be good. Hello there! Valkyrie, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome, raiders! My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I am now at, Whatsamahoosie. I'm playing the Mafia game. And we need to try and get into the airport. Hopefully it will let me through. Yes, it will. Awesome. No, do not. Let's holster that real quick. There we go. I see some Mafia and you got instantly hooked up. Nice. I've never played this game before, so...
That's where I'd be.
Gotcha!
Uh-oh. Not good, not good, not good. Gotta get out of here. And we get shot in the leg. Alright. But yeah, was that... No, we don't have the Hindenburg or anything like that. Also, one of the things I need to do is... I need to do this again, because I didn't actually... Because when I did do it, it was at like 9:10 or something like that. What in the world? Edit raid settings. I thought I had it that you couldn't allow raids that meet a certain criteria. Okay, weird. You were somehow able to raid into me, even though I hit the thing of, like, stopping raids for the hour. Somehow. Don't know how that happened. Also, hi there, Silver Server, Soul Fox. But yeah, if you need to, like, you know, step away and de-stress after streaming, I totally understand, Valkyrie. Thank you so much for bringing your viewers over here as I try and get through one more mission of Mafia. Go. Alrighty.
It's the way they got Capone. And now is how Ennio Salieri dies in jail. It's a good day, my friend.
Come on, strangle, strangle, strangle. There we go. Get a carton of cigarettes while I'm here. There. Frank Coletti of Lost Haven. Hey, what do you know? We got his card. Alrighty.
The FBI hand over Coletti. Morello makes him participate in his plane. And then those account books bring Salieri to his knees.
Oh, look, that is a... Okay, it's not the Hindenburg, but it's close. There we go.
Tom. Frank. The Don sent me.
I figured as much. I'm sorry it had to be you, Tommy.
Anything you want me to tell him?
I wish it could have shaken out better, but Morello finally came after me. It's okay. You can come out. Morello offered me a simple trade. The Don's account books for our lives and tickets out of this town.
You hand the books over yet?
I'm not so stupid, Tom. They're safe. Morello was waiting for this.
It's a key to a box in the Grand Imperial Bank downtown.
I told Morello I'd hand it over after the plane was fueled and ready to go. His men were meant to fetch it before we left.
I took care of them. Told them to get on a plane.
Go on, March. Alice, get aboard.
Now the
Frank,
question
you're coming with us.
Not right now, honey. Just get buckled in. Tommy and I, we have some serious business to discuss.
But Frank...
Get on the plane, March! For Alice. For me. Get on the goddamn plane, please.
Plane rides were expensive as fuck, by the by, let me mention. It was heavily subsidized by the government, and it was still very much a letters, like airmail letters were like the better way of like, you know, getting your money back with transportation. It was not worth it to transport people yet.
You been paid yet?
Yeah.
Now you've been paid twice. You take the ladies wherever they want to go.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Christ, Frank. Why didn't you ask us for help?
I guess I just wanted out. One way or the other. I'm tired, Tommy. Tired of lying to my wife. Tired of checking under my car every time I take a Sunday drive. And tired of waiting for the dawn to put two in my temple.
God damn you, Frank.
Okay. I guess it was that simple. Sure, Morello, like, you know, was gonna kill him and his wife and kid, but, you know, frankly, he just wanted it out. I guess it is really that simple. Well, now we got a bank to get into. We gotta get to it before the Morello gets it. That way we save the books. Alright, let's get the books before we get in trouble.
Good afternoon, sir.
Where's the safety deposit boxes?
With my colleague downstairs, sir.
Thanks.
Worst case scenario, we're gonna get a shootout in the bank. Yeah, this feels like we're about to get a shootout in the bank.
Day, huh? Uh-huh.
Hey, look, horses.
Keeping out of trouble, I hope.
You know it.
I need to access the deposit boxes for Frank Coletti.
Ah, yes, Mr. Angelo?
Yeah.
Mr. Coletti said it might be you who came, and to provide access. Please, follow me.
Huh. Did he Unless this is double-crossing me and the box we're about to open is just a double cross of like, hey, the books weren't here, the books were already delivered, and all that kind of nonsense. Or was he really just trusting me?
I got the books and covered my tracks.
Oh, okay, cool.
Salieri never asked any questions. In fact, apart from the funeral, I never heard him talk about Frank again.
Huh. What the fuck am I... Oh, the house. Was that Frank's house? Or Morello's? Whose house did I just burn down?
You're making my boys twitchy, Marku.
Sergio and I just came by to pay respects, that's all. Known Frank a long time. Almost as long as you. He's a good man. Smart. Loyal. Loyal to his wife. His kid above all else. There must be some kind of honor in that in you.
Maybe. But I'm still looking at this headstone with his little girl's name on it.
It's a hell of a thing.
Okay. I kind of... So, yeah, that makes sense. So, burning down the house, and then they just, like, 3 random bodies. I'm guessing you could probably just get it from a corner, or, you know, just 3 random people that he's killed in the past. And then using that as a cover for Frank and his wife and what have you. So that's a murder out of the way. Visiting rich people. Oh my goodness. Are they visiting us, or are we visiting the rich people?
Look at these houses. Big yards, white picket fences. It's the American dream, eh, Tommy?
I suppose.
Not for you?
No, sir. I like being closer to the business.
Don't let the flower beds and front porches fool you. There's more criminals out here than in the rest of the city combined.
Is that why we're in the neighborhood?
In a way. Morello's got a dirty prosecutor on his payroll named Watkins. Turns out he's old friends with Galati.
The city councilor?
The same. Morello let drop that we might have had something to do with the Galati boy's death. Now Watkins is loaded for bear, trying to do right by his buddy. Word is, he's striking gold with a few witnesses.
You have names?
Yeah. But Paulie and Sam are taking care of them. I'm putting you on a different part of the job. We need whatever Watkins has got on us.
Well, where's he holding?
A safe in his villa.
I'm no safecracker.
Don't worry about that. We're taking you to meet Salvatore. He's fresh off the boat, but he knows how to pop open anything. Just get him into the villa, find the safe, and he'll do the rest.
What kind of rumpus should I expect?
Nothing you can't handle. Watkins is going to the theater, so the house should be empty except for a bit of muscle. The office is on the first floor, and our stoolie...
Alright, so we gotta try and be stealthy in this one.
Salvatore has the safe open, grab all the evidence, and get out.
That him, boss?
Yeah, that's our guy. Salvatore, tutto bene?
Sì, grazie, Don Salieri.
Good to see you. You know the job. Don't let me down.
Sì, ho capisco.
Tommy, if you bump into Watkins, don't kill him. It'll just bring down more heat.
You got it, boss.
Cool. Alright, so we have a don't kill. And it's still being bumpy as well.
Tommy Angelo. Piacere di conoscerti.
Meraviglioso.
No idea what he's saying, but... Oh, at least he got us a car. They're saying it's true. It's a half are good and half are bad people are in this world.
Parli almeno un po' di italiano? Il capo ti ha detto il piano?
I don't speak Italian.
Eccellente.
Excellent. Alright, so we were saying something about the dawn.
Fantastico. No plan?
Yeah, the boss told me.
Please, understand. Entriamo dal labirinto senza farci sentire né vedere. La cassaforte è dietro un dipinto al primo piano. Dammi un po' di tempo e lascia fare tutto a me. Quella cassaforte avrà sicuramente un allarme.
Yeah. This is gonna be a long night for the both of us.
Cristo Santo.
He knows what we're saying. No.
Okay, my turn. Do what I do. Do not get caught.
Sì.
You gotta keep safe.
Safe? Sì. Is my job. Apro cassaforte. Open safe.
Christ. Okay. Radio.
He's speaking French. Your brain was off this morning. I thought, no, he's speaking Italian. That is not French. The Mafia is an Italian crime family. Like, I'm not going crazy. Like, I'm pretty, like, that was Italian.
A volte questo paese è stupendo.
Alrighty. So that's likely his villa there. So, alright. Alright.
Entriamo da lì.
Alright, gunfire will raise the alarm.
Wall. Labirinto.
What? Vedrai. Oh, a maze.
Sì, un labirinto.
Stay here while I take out the guards.
A quanto pare in America hanno i labirinti.
Sure wish I could have a night off.
Alright, these guys.
I sure wish I could have a night off.
Okay, you got a bad feeling of what you're thinking. What are you thinking that's gonna make this a problem? Correction, is this gonna become my problem? Easy maze. There we go.
There's someone in the maze with us! Nice evening for standing around, I guess.
Surely he's not here, right? I don't think he is. They said he was at the theater. It's more likely that he's going to pop up. Oh, no, Al Capone. No, he's not here.
A maze.
Sì, un labirinto.
Stay
Labyrinth.
here while I take out the guards.
A quanto pare in America hanno i labirinti.
Sure wish I could have a night off.
I bet you do. Here, have a night off. Could be a trap, could be. Could be a lot of things. I reckon it's just gonna be the wrong... I reckon it's just gonna be a case of wrong place, wrong time.
Sure wish I could have a night off.
So, let's see. There we go, there we go, there we go. Alright, how many more guards are there?
There's someone in the main.
Close one. Yeah, and all I have is a revolver. I don't have like a baseball bat or anything. It was a close call. There we go. Get ourselves a comic of super science. Oh, I still got, like, another guy to go, I guess.
Sure wish I could have a night off.
Hopefully that should be all of them.
That's all of them.
Salvatore, where are you? We're clear.
Tommy, I hear.
Where the fuck? I'm sorry, but he sounded like he was, like, almost in front of me, and you're telling me he's all the fucking way over here?
Where the hell did he go?
Sono qui, Tommy.
Guy's a pain in the ass.
Forza, vieni con me.
I'm sorry, is he in a... Oh, there he is.
Tommy, I hear.
Sei un tipo tosto, eh?
What?
You better not be having fun.
Open. Kick.
What kind of lockpicker are you?
Look for dipinto.
What?
Da Vinci, Caravaggio.
Paintings.
Painting? You're saying it's behind the painting?
Si, si.
Okay, I understand.
Alright, so we got paintings to
Non
check.
quello.
Guess we got another room to check.
Will not fall into temptation. Prohibition must not be repealed. Belief. As if. Get fucked. They said it was up on the first floor, I'm pretty sure. Oop. Empire Bay mob boss murdered? Spectacular pictures of vile kingpin's fiery and notorious racketeer Tommaso Moretti was killed outside his Empire Bay residence last Thursday afternoon, the sole victim of a car bomb undoubtedly mounted by an underworld rival. Bay residents will hope that Moretti's death brings to an end the spat of gang violence that has rocked their city in recent months. Few will mourn his passing. Nope.
Only wall behind here.
Okay. Oop. Dime detective. Yes, please. Alright. There's his office. Prosecutor Watkins, I'm writing to thank you. If you can truly give us reliable witnesses, testimonies, and evidence that Salieri had Billy killed, I'll be in your debt. The priest story never rang true, and now he's dead and buried. This feels like our last throw of the dice. If witnesses ask for too high a price, I will cover it. Likewise, our mutual friend will be able to apply some pressure. Stamping out Salieri and his family will be good for us all. These are dangerous times. I worry for your safety and the safety of your family. You will soon receive some men at your home who will protect you. With gratitude, Roberto. No doubt.
Bravo.
Scusa.
IRL in the 90s?
Show me what you
This is the 1930s. In the 1990s, what's his name?
Salvatore. Pacienza.
Trump's lawyer, whatever his name is, like, was able to get going the RICO, like RICO, so he made it so that by the simple fact that money was laundered into a bank account and was associated with crimes, you could then trial anyone whose money went into that bank account with the crime.
Cura! Ed è collegato all'allarme!
What?
Zappolato!
Doesn't matter. Come on, we need to get out of here.
Vai dietro, dietro!
They gotta be upstairs.
Okay.
Safe's in his study.
Okay, cool. So we got that place. Where the fuck is the guards? So what he's trying to say is electric wire. Ah, okay. Give me my... There we go. Nero Salieri.
Salvatore, stay back. I'll deal with him.
Shoot him! Over here! Moving to cover!
Burn him!
Throwing some fire! Get a better shot! Go!
Ah! Just as I got him, he got me. That's actually an interesting invention when someone tried to steal in the safe. I'm kind of curious. So is the idea that because of the, like, the current now, like, being completed, the electric wire was then able to send the signal for the alarm? Is that, like, the basic principle?
Gotta be upstairs. The safe's in his study. Get cover!
Come on.
Cover me! Get him before he gets me! You're out of here! Toby, get me!
Salvatore, stay back! I'll deal with him.
Taking cover!
Like that?
Calling all cars, shots fired, please respond.
Tommy!
Permission to shoot has been
Take the
granted.
car. Finally, I get your first time.
Forza! Andiamocene!
Oh my god. Absolutely fucking cacked that one up.
Presto! Semina gli sbirri!
I know! Whatever you're saying, I know!
Police? Cristo Santissimo!
There we go. Oh, look, the house is not burnt down.
All cars, pursuit is called off. Abandoned.
Ah, grazie a Dio.
Salvatore, where do I take you now?
Home. Home.
Yeah, where home?
6 and Maple.
Okay, let's go.
Awesome, cool. This is a nice car. These types of vehicles, yeah, I kind of picked that up after the fact. I should have known. But hey, it's a good looking car. It's just a shame about the window. Probably should have done something about that I probably should have picked the lock rather than, you know, broken it, but you live and you learn. Shit happens. So, I don't know why. There's just something about like the length of these cars, like the bonnet and the like, you know, sort of like the engine itself is angled, but the wheels are still. I don't know. There's just something about it. It's lovely. It would be nice if the cop wasn't following behind me, but here we are.
Tommy, devo dirti una cosa. Al nostro prossimo lavoro penso io alla cassaforte. Hai capito? Ci ho quasi rimesso la pelle in quella villa. Ed è tutta colpa tua.
I don't know what he's
Almeno
saying.
Un po' di italiano, per rispetto della nostra patria. È come parlare al mio cane, lo so. Ma Cristo, dovevo dirlo. Non farlo mai più. Mai più.
Okay, sure.
No idea what he's saying. I'm sorry. Oh my god, that was a close call. I was not meant to, like, you know, almost clip him like that. You may have made me fan art, Karma? Me? For me? Grant Zeebs? For me? Ah!
Good night.
Night.
Okay, cool. Did it! I hit the back of a car and I was just like, ah! So the mixture of the ah! was because of, hey, you gave me art, and ah! I'm about to blow this. Great deal.
This is the last of the good stuff, boss.
I know. Some of those bottles I've had for 10 years. But we gotta make payroll. Get it out of here.
Heard him. Load it up.
Oof.
Good to see you, boys.
Boss, any word on a job I pulled with Salvatore?
You did fine, Tom. Galati's got nothing on us now. We bought some time. At least until the money runs out.
Don't go selling off the farm yet, boss.
Sam says you worked out an angle.
Yeah, and you're gonna love it. We make a few bucks and knock out a couple of Morello's teeth, too.
Okay, what's the rumpus?
Want to make a living with his,
Couple of
with
weeks
his
ago,
family, for his country and
I'm relaxing in
patriot.
the cigar lounge
okay.
at the Blue Tropics.
Where?
Some small-time whorehouse. It's just a couple of closets with some mattresses on the floor.
It's a gentleman's club. They got a bar and everything. Anyways, one of the Johns is south, and he's crying to the madam about all his troubles.
And he's hoping that he got paid. Ah, okay.
He's going on and on about how he just landed this huge payday. But the goons he's working for are already twisting his arm. And he's got the busted nose to show for it.
You pick up his tab?
Hell no. But I walked him out of the place, took him to the diner around the corner to sober up. We get to talking. Turns out his name is Gates. He's this hick up from Kentucky.
Moonshiner?
Better. His pop's got a couple of real distilleries, and I'll give you one guess as to their exclusive buyer around these parts.
Morello.
And you think he wants to burn bridges?
Oh yeah. I've been working him steady, boss. He's bringing up another shipment tonight, but he's got his entire crew ready to roll over. All we gotta do is make it look like a proper heist.
I don't know, Polly. You really trust this guy?
He's got no love for Morello, I'll tell you that. Not like we got a lot of options here. We'll be cutting up the last beam pretty soon, boss.
What do you think, Tom?
We gotta
need to
do it.
replace the Canadian. If Paulie says this Gates can do that, I'm in.
Where's the meet?
The big parking garage downtown.
Okay, do it. But you better not be playing grab ass this time. You take Carlo and Little Bill with you.
Sure thing, boss.
Once you have the truck, drive it back here.
We won't let you down, boss.
Okay.
Don't make me regret.
So he's
giving you
doing a
some time
thing.
out there in the streets with the guys, Carlo.
You don't have to worry about it.
I know I don't. Tommy does that for me.
I'll keep your driver safe, boss.
Buona fortuna, boys.
Sam and Little Bill said to meet him downtown.
Is there anything in this
Go
place?
get me that booze, Tommy.
Alright, I am gonna leave it here, because quite frankly, I have been streaming for quite a bit longer. Isn't that beer? If it's from Kentucky, it's probably bourbon. Like any kind of alcohol is gonna do for them. But yeah, I am going to go and leave it here, because, like, you know, quite frankly, I have gone through... I feel like I've gone through, you know, a decent amount of this story. Also, moonshine isn't beer. Moonshine is like a, let's see. So we got that mission. So we're now halfway through. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've got 9 missions to go, and we went through... Keep going up, keep going up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... We went through like 6 missions tonight. We're probably normally only going to go through 5, not 6. So I reckon this is like 2, maybe 3 more streams to do, and we're going to be golden. So yeah, so that's going to be it for me tonight. Also, I need to dink. There we go. That way you're not seeing the rest of my thing. But yeah, look at all this. Look at all this. Look at all this lovely fan art that has been given. This is actual like fan art. This isn't like me commissioning works or anything like that. People have like given this to me over the years. It's chock full because people have given me stuff over the years, and I really appreciate it. And I And I always look forward to any time someone gives me art, because you know what I do? I put it on the corkboard. It's like, yep, this is going on the wall. And, you know, I've got plenty of open slots here and there. Look at them guns in the middle. Yeah. Oh, you mean the one with the himbo text there? That one was done by... Give me a minute. I love them all, but some of their names escape me. That one was done by Poxmox. So the one with the Comic Sans himbo was done by Poxmox. The Grinning Flex was done by Indie Dog. And then Gimme That was done by was done by Tatsu. So hope you'll like mine. You're welcome to so the best place to send it is to my Discord. I have a and also the Discord is also a really decent place to go if you want to get notifications of the next time I'm streaming, or you want to share memes, your persona, or just, you know, a chance to, like, hang out. Lord knows, sometimes, if I'm not busy working, you already did? Excellent. But yeah, that is going to be it for me tonight, I say. We went through quite a bit of Mafia. I reckon we're like 2, maybe 3 streams away from getting it done. So that's like 3 more weeks of Mafia, which we'll be doing on Mondays. The next time I'm going to be online and streaming will be on, Wednesday. Wednesday night, I am going to be going through, oh, wait, no, not Wednesday. Sorry, no, scratch that. Wednesday, I'm going to go say goodbye to an old workmate and such like that. Thursday. Thursday is the next time I'm going to be streaming. So that's 25, 48. 48, 60, 36, wait. 24 times by 3. 72 hours, or less than 72 hours from now, sorry. So greater than 48, less than 72. So, yeah, hopefully I'll see some of you there. If not, that's okay. Hopefully I'll see you some other time. And we are going to go and raid into... We're going to go raid into Code the Yoshi. They've just been streaming for the last hour. And you know what? You want to go give them some love after they fix their mic and what have you. And that is going to be it for me. And last but not least... Thank you, everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. If you will join me in the really quick aid message of Himbo Raid, I would greatly appreciate it as well. You do not have to be subscribed. You can use whatever other kinds of emotes you think would be appropriate for Himbo Raid. And hopefully I'll see you all Thursday night, or I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.